하고 그 뒤에 지금 그 무대 쪽에 승환 씨가 그러면 사관님은 더 키가 크실 거 아니에요. 그때 자연스럽게 올려주세요. 이거 이따가 말씀하시. 네.
하시고 그 다음에 개회하고 그 다음에
네. 그리고 그 다음에 엔다 할 때는 또 내려야 되는데 엔다는 좀 봅시다. 만약에 너무 자연스러워서 굳이 필요 없을 것 같으면 하고 만약에 목소리가 너무 안 나온다 하면 그때 낮춥시다. 의자 디테일에서.
그거를 한번 챙겨서 알아서 못 깔아주시면
이미경입니다. 이미경.
그리고 승환 씨 마이크 할 때
이미경
혹시 이거 불안
이사장입니다.
꺼져 있어요?
이미경
켜져
이사장님입니다.
있는 거거든요. 그리고 들어와야 켜진 거니까 이거 확인하는 것까지만.
올라갈 때 절대
피디님 괜찮다고 하셨거든요.
네네. 여자보다 먼저 올라가는. 그거는 그러니까 이미경 이사장님 그때
내려가시다가 그리고 서에다가 안 내면 마이크 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 테스트 테스트 이미경 이사장님입니다. 테스트 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 테스트
하나 둘 마이크를 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 발표자 마이크를 테스트하고 있습니다. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘. 네. 네, 맞습니다. 네, 선생님, 그리고 이게 무선 마이크인데요. 아마 배터리 체크랑 다 돼서 해드릴 거예요. 그리고 사회자 마이크 해드릴게요. 네, 사회자 마이크입니다. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘. 하나 둘 셋. 네. 그러면 하나만 더 해드릴게요. 이거 패널 토론 하실 델레기에이션 마이크 있어서 가지고요. 네, 이거만 해드릴게요. 네, 하나 둘 마이크를 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 셋. 네, 감사합니다.
ans, je vis en Haïti. Je me lève à 7 heures chaque matin pour moi aller à l'école. Pour moi aller à l'école chaque matin, moi marcher environ 1 heure de temps. Moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin, l'aime fini avec l'école classique moi, pour me capable servir monde qui malade dans le pays moi. Pour me capable venir un bon médecin, moi dois étudier en pile. Moi j'aime jouer avec tes amis yo dans l'école là. Mais il est très difficile pour aller à l'école à pied. Moi toujours dormir chaque matin dans la classe là. Mais moi pas de problème. Parce que j'ai un bus pour transporter moi à l'école là. À cause du bus là, moi viens étudier en pile et moi jouer avec tes amis moi yo. Moi pas dormir dans la classe là encore parce que moi t'aimerais venir un bon médecin. Merci à pile Koika.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Keila, tengo 16 años, vivo en República Dominicana, yo vivo en La Javilla. La Javilla es una comunidad pobre, las personas se dedican, los hombres a trabajar construcción y las hembras trabajando en casa de familia y algunos trabajan en campo de caña. Tengo una hija muy linda. Tengo una amiga que se llama Nairobi, que viene a visitarme a mi casa, a veces. Yo y Nairobi no podemos estudiar por los bebés. Yo tengo varias amigas en mi barrio que no pueden estudiar por su bebé.
Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Korea International Cooperation Agency. I would like to ask everyone to be seated at the conference hall. Official language for today's conference is English. Throughout today's conference, interpretation services are available in Korean and English. Interpretation devices are on each table, and channel 1 is Korean, channel 2 is English. Also, it would be greatly appreciated if you turn off mobile phones or turn them on silent mode. In the meantime, I would like to provide you with a brief overview of today's conference. 13th Seoul ODA International Conference will be held under the theme of promoting co-prosperity to achieve the SDGs. It will soon start with the opening session where opening remarks, welcoming remarks, and congratulatory remarks and keynote speech will be given. This will be followed by 3 sessions and concluded with closing remarks. For question and answer session, please upload your questions online during each session. Kindly refer to the information sheet which you received during registration and upload your questions in English.
Hola, soy Juan David Manjarres, vivo en Colombia y tengo 33 años. Estuve como soldado profesional entre el 2005 y 2015 en el batallón número 40, Héroes del Santuario, en la compañía Pantera 40. Mi labor dentro de la unidad fue como enfermero de combate. El 19 de marzo del 2013 sufrí un accidente por arma de fuego, lo que ocasionó heridas en mi pierna izquierda. Esto dejó en mi cuerpo y en mi corazón heridas profundas. En el momento más difícil conocí el Centro de Rehabilitación Inclusiva CRI. Después de conocerlo, mi actitud hacia la vida cambió. El CRI fue construido en gratitud a la participación de los veteranos colombianos que lucharon en la Guerra de Corea y se materializó por los esfuerzos de la Agencia para la Cooperación Internacional de Corea, COICA, y el Ministerio de Defensa de Colombia. En este momento, el CRI atiende a los miembros de la fuerza pública con discapacidad. Agradecemos a Corea por no olvidar el pasado y continuar cooperando con Colombia. Gracias al CRI tengo un nuevo proyecto de vida. Para alcanzar mis sueños, quiero especializarme en gastronomía y profundizar mis conocimientos en comida coreana. Muchas gracias, COICA.
Honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference hosted by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Korea International Cooperation Agency. We would like to ask everyone to be seated at the conference hall. Official language for today's conference is English. Throughout today's conference, interpretation services are available in Korean and English. Interpretation devices are on each table. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. Also, it would be greatly appreciated if you turn off mobile phones or turn them on silent mode. In the meantime, I would like to provide you with a brief overview of today's conference. 13th Seoul ODA International Conference will be held under the theme of Promoting Co-Prosperity to Achieve the SDGs. It will soon start with the opening session where opening remarks, welcoming remarks, congratulatory remarks, and keynote speech will be given. This will be followed by 3 sessions and concluded with closing remarks. For question and answer session, please upload your questions online during each session. Kindly refer to the information sheet which you received during registration and upload your questions in English. Now, His Excellency Lee Tae-ho, Vice Minister at Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ms. Lee Mi-kyung, President of Korea International Cooperation Agency, honored speakers and guests are now entering the conference hall. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Good morning, distinguished guests and everyone. I'm pleased to announce that the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference has begun. My name is Bang Seon from KOICA, and on behalf of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Korea International Cooperation Agency, I would like to welcome you all to today's conference. I'm highly honored to be here today for this significant event, and I would like to extend my immense gratitude to everyone who took the time out of their busy schedules to join us here today. Before we officially start, I would like to take a moment to introduce hosts of today's conference. First, one of the co-hosts, Ms. Lee Mi-kyung, President of Korea International Cooperation Agency. Also co-host of today's event, His Excellency Lee Tae-ho, Vice Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Mr. Kang Seung-jung, Acting President of the Export-Import Bank of Korea. Due to the limited time, I would like to ask for kind understanding that I wasn't able to introduce every guest here. Marking its 13th year, Seoul ODA International Conference has been a pioneering platform in the field of development cooperation in Korea. The 13th Seoul ODA International Conference aims to shed a light on the importance of promoting co-prosperity to achieve the SDGs, which is based on leaving no one behind. During the conference, we will examine and study various issues regarding the three main agendas: discourse of co-prosperity in international development cooperation, co-prosperity mainstreamed ODA strategy by stakeholders, and effort to co-prosperity. We will now officially start 13th Seoul ODA International Conference with opening remarks by Ms. Lee Mi-kyung, President of Korea International Cooperation Agency. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 반갑습니다. 오늘 외교부와 코이카가 공동 개최하는 제13회 서울 ODA 국제회의에 참석해 주셔서 대단히 감사합니다. 정말 많은 분들이 해마다 이렇게 관심을 가지고 와주신 것에 대해서 정말 주최 측으로서 매우 감동스럽습니다. 그리고 멀리 영국, 미국, 뉴질랜드와 베트남, 라트비아, 또 인도네시아 등에서 지혜를 나누기 위해서 한국까지 방문해 주신 연사 여러분께도 감사드립니다. 올해로 13회를 맞이하고 있습니다. 서울 ODA 컨퍼런스는 국내 최대 규모의 국제개발 협력 회의이자 국제사회가 지속 가능 발전을 논의하는 터전으로 자리 잡았습니다. 오늘 행사에 함께한 1000여 명이 넘는 참석자 수는 우리나라의 개발 협력에 대한 관심이 높아지고 있음을 보여준다고 하겠습니다. 오늘 참석자들은 이 자리에만 계시지 않고 사무실에 앉아서 SNS를 통해서도 함께 참석하고 계십니다. 오늘 서울 ODA 국제회의의 주제는 상생번영 코프로스페리티입니다. 개발협력의 주체가 함께 번영한다는 의미이지요. 이는 개발도상국이 일방적인 수혜를 받는 전통적인 개발협력이 아닌 협력 대상국과 공유국이 동등한 파트너로서 모두 함께 성장하는 개발협력에 대한 이야기입니다. 우리는 글로벌 경제 위기를 겪으면서 각국의 경제가 서로 연결되어 있음을 확인했습니다. 경제 위기가 인간 삶의 질로 직결된다는 점에서 각국의 경제 활성화는 인류 번영과 연계됩니다. 그래서 상생 번영은 우리 모두의 번영을 논의하는 길이기도 합니다. 그렇다면은 상생 번영은 어떻게 달성 가능할까? 코이카의 경우 상생 번영의 핵심에 개발도상국 민간 부분의 활성화가 있다고 생각합니다. 비즈니스 활성화는 일자리를 만들고 산업 발전을 견인합니다. 튼튼한 경제를 바탕으로 지속 가능한 번영의 선순환 환경을 만들 수 있습니다. 코이카가 민간 부분에 집중하게 되는 배경에는 많은 파트너 국가들이 이제 저소득국에서 중소득국 단계로 전환하면서 과거와는 다른 과제에 직면하고 있는 현실도 연관되어 있습니다. 이 단계에서 경제 성장을 유지할 동력을 확보하지 못한 국가들은 성장의 덫에 걸리고 맙니다. 그 동력이 바로 비즈니스 활성화, 민간 부문의 성장이며 코이카도 새로운 역할을 적극 고민 중에 있습니다. 모두의 공동 번영이 강조되는 SDG 시대를 맞이하면서 미국, 영국 등 많은 국가들이 상생 번영을 강조하면서 나름의 정책을 펼치고 있습니다. 오늘 이 자리에서 코이카의 상생 번영 노력을 소개하고 국제사회의 다양한 경험과 관점을 공유하고 싶습니다. 먼저 코이카가 상생 번영을 위해 적용하고 있는 4가지 노력을 소개해드리고자 합니다. 코이카는 개발도상국 민간 부문 발전에 초점을 맞추어 상생 번영을 위한 다양한 노력을 해왔고 성과를 통해 많은 호응도 얻고 있습니다. 첫째, 협력 대상국과 우리의 비즈니스를 연계하고 비즈니스와 사회 문제를 연계하는 것입니다. 코이카의 포용적 비즈니스 프로그램을 통해 필리핀 수산협동조합과 우리 수산협동조합이 추진한 필리핀 망그로브 숲 친환경 수산 양식 사업이 대표적인 예라고 할 수 있습니다. 필리핀 수산업계는 비즈니스 전략을 공유받아 저소득층 주민들을 생산과 유통 단계에 편입시켜 수산 분야 가치 사슬을 강화했습니다. 이 사업으로 필리핀 어민들이 망그로브 숲에서 키운 새우와 꼬막이 바다 건너 한국의 수산시장에서 팔리고 있습니다. 필리핀 주민들은 일자리를 얻고 소득이 늘었고 우리 수산시장 상인들은 안정적인 공급망을 확보하게 되었습니다. 환경 보전으로 개발이 제한적인 망그로브 숲 주민의 저소득 문제를 우리 기업의 비즈니스 전략과 연계하여 사업의 지속 가능성을 강화하고 경제적 가치와 사회적 가치를 동시에 창출한 사업이라고 할 수 있습니다. 둘째 개발협력 사업의 혁신 기술을 연계하는 것입니다. ICT 등 첨단 기술은 산업 발전의 촉매제입니다. 기술 격차가 국가 간 산업 개발 격차를 심화시키지 않도록 개발도상국과 기술을 공유하고 혁신적 기술을 개발 협력 사업에 적용한다면 보다 효율적인 방법으로 성장을 촉진시킬 수 있습니다. 가령 코이카가 추진 중인 베트남 4개 도시 스마트 시티 벨트 사업을 통해 베트남은 4차 산업 추진 기반을 마련하게 되고 한국은 한국형 스마트 도시 모델을 확산할 수 있습니다. 그리고 민간의 혁신 기술로 개발 과제를 효율적으로 해결하는 혁신적 기술 프로그램, 저희는 CTS라고 부릅니다. 통해 우리 기업인 에누마는 탄자니아 등 동아프리카 현지 사정에 맞는 게임 기반 학습 어플리케이션을 개발하였습니다. 이는 소외 계층의 교육 접근권을 혁신적으로 제고하여 인적 자원 격차를 줄임으로써 개발도상국의 상생 번영의 기반을 마련한 사업이면서 글로벌 개발도상국 아동 문맹 퇴치 경진 대회에서 영예의 우승 트로피를 수상하기도 했습니다. 셋째, 사회적 기업과 시민사회를 적극적으로 지원해서 사회적 경제 사업을 확대하는 것입니다. 이는 누구도 소외되지 않는 성장을 위해 소외 계층을 고려한다는 점에서 빈곤층에게 친화적인 민간 부문 활성화를 촉진하는 방법입니다. 코이카는 작년 새롭게 사회적 경제 연대 사업을 시작하였고 시민사회와 사회적 기업이 함께 필리핀, 우간다, 과테말라 등 7개 국가에서 소외계층의 삶의 질 개선을 위한 사업을 추진하고 있습니다. 이제 코이카는 파트너국 내 시민사회와 사회적 기업까지 함께 참여시킴으로써 사회적 기업의 롤 모델과 지속 가능한 기업 생태계를 구축하고자 합니다. 넷째, 경제 인프라 사업에 대한 적극적인 지원입니다. 지역과 지역, 사람과 사람을 잇는 도로, 교통 등 인프라는 개발도상국 민간 기업들이 이웃 국가들과 교류하게 하여 세계 경제로 자연스럽게 편입될 수 있도록 돕습니다. 코이카는 파라과이 교통 인프라를 개선하여 원활한 물류 이동을 가능하게 한 경험을 가지고 있습니다. 그리고 아세안 국가들의 균형 성장을 도모하기 위해 도로, 철도 구축을 위한 타당성 조사를 실시하고 이를 유상원조 사업과 연계하고 있습니다. 존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분, 코이카는 이제 상생 번영을 위한 사업에 더욱 박차를 가하고자 합니다. 이를 위해 코이카는 우선 개발협력 사업의 혁신과 시너지 창출을 위한 파트너십의 폭을 확대하고 있습니다. 지난해 12월 발족한 국제개발협력사업협의회가 이런 협력의 대표적인 예입니다. 코이카가 회장이 되어 이끌고 있는 이 협의회에는 한국의 ODA 수행 기관은 물론 ODA를 수행하지 않았던 기관 40여 개가 참여하고 있습니다. 교통, 전자통신, 인프라 등 다양한 분야별 파트너들이 시너지를 창출하면서 이미 베트남에서 11개 사업을 공동 발굴하였고 대상 지역과 분야를 계속 확대해 나갈 계획입니다. 무엇보다 이러한 노력의 최우선 전제는 개발 협력의 가치를 훼손하지 않는 것입니다. 따라서 우리는 민간과 시장을 강조하는 과정에서 발생하는 사회 불평등이나 환경 오염 등의 부작용도 간과해서는 안 된다고 생각하고 있습니다. 이에 코이카는 상생 번영 사업을 추진할 때에 적어도 3가지 가치를 항상 고민하고 있습니다. 바로 상생 번영과 사람, 상생 번영과 평화, 상생 번영과 환경 문제를 연결하는 것입니다. 첫 번째 고민은 경제 발전의 혜택이 모든 사람에게 돌아가는 따뜻한 경제를 만드는 것입니다. 경제 발전 과정에서의 불평등을 최소화하고 모두에게 공정한 번영을 이끌어내는 방법이 무엇일까요? 두 번째 고민은 평화로운 공동체 유지에 기여하는 상생 번영입니다. 경제적 어려움은 갈등을 촉발시켜 내전을 일으키고 전쟁은 경제 번영을 어렵게 합니다. 즉 경제 번영과 평화 이 2가지를 함께 추구하지 않으면 상생 번영의 달성도 평화의 달성도 어려운 것이지요. 세 번째 고민은 녹색 성장이 가능한 상생 번영입니다. 경제 성장으로 환경 문제가 발생한 경우가 많습니다. 하지만 기후변화 등으로 인한 문제가 저개발 국가에 집중되고 있는 만큼 환경을 고려하지 않는 상생 번영은 지속 가능할 수 없습니다. 코이카의 핵심 가치, 즉 4P는 People, Peace, Prosperity, Planet으로 제시하고 있는 이유도 여기에 있습니다. 존경하는 내외 기빈 여러분, 아직까지 어떤 분들에게는 무상개발협력기관인 코이카가 비즈니스와 시장 가치를 이야기하는 것이 다소 어색하게 느껴질 수도 있을 것입니다. 그 과정에서 일어날 수 있는 위험 요인을 우려하기 때문일 것입니다. 오늘 상생 번영을 위한 다양한 논의들을 듣고 코이카가 모르고 있던 방법들과 대비해야 할 요소들을 배우고 싶습니다. 모든 국가가 긴밀히 연결되어 있는 오늘날 지속 가능한 번영을 위해서는 모든 국가가 함께 협업하여 상생의 길을 도모해야 합니다. 유명한 아프리카의 격언으로 오늘 개회사를 마무리하고자 합니다. 빨리 가려면 혼자 가고 멀리 가려면은 함께 가야 합니다. 아무쪼록 이 자리를 통해서 우리 모두의 상생 번영을 위한 실천 방안을 구체화할 수 있기를 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you for the opening remarks. Next, I would like to invite His Excellency Lee Tae-ho, Vice Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for his welcoming remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Ms. Lee Mi-kyung, President of the Korea International Cooperation Agency, Ms. Enda Murunining Tias, keynote speaker at today's conference, Mr. Kang Sung-jung, Deputy President of Korea Exim Bank, Excellencies and distinguished members of the diplomatic corps in Korea, distinguished guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference. I'm quite impressed and overwhelmed by the presence of such a large audience today and the sense of enthusiasm vividly felt in this hall. With a history of more than a decade, this annual conference has led the most up-to-date discussions on wide-ranging issues relating to development cooperation and has truly become a premier platform for discourse on this subject in Korea. This year, we have on the table an issue very relevant to the current development cooperation landscape, promoting co-prosperity to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. Prosperity is one of the three pillars that support Korea's foreign policy, with two other pillars, namely people and peace. The three P's are also major elements of the SDGs and thus are principles that guide Korea's development cooperation. I'm fully aware that in spite of its obvious meaning, the concept of co-prosperity in the field of international development cooperation is not something that can always be easily accepted. Some express their concerns that this notion may be used to camouflage or justify the pursuit by donors of political and economic interests at the expense of partner countries. In many cases, this concern is indeed vindicated on the ground. However, Korea's case counters such concerns and demonstrates that development cooperation can serve the interests and benefits of both donor and recipient countries, as shown in a few examples presented by President Lee of KOICA just a moment ago. Once one of the poorest countries in the world, Korea achieved economic development and democracy in tandem. The support from international community played a crucial role. As the world's sixth largest exporting country, Korea is now traveling the journey toward achieving co-prosperity with other states in this 21st century international community. This is why I believe that we should not shy away from the notion of co-prosperity. Rather, we should adhere to principled development cooperation that genuinely pursues common benefits for all. Development cooperation based on the goal of co-prosperity shared by donor and partner countries can bring more fruitful outcomes in partner countries. For example, by fostering positive public opinion in donor countries about the shared mutual benefits, the sustainability of development cooperation can be ensured in the longer term. Also, co-prosperity can be an important guiding principle in the efforts to address the issue of inequality, which is an emerging global challenge. The policy goal my government has set to build an inclusive society where every person enjoys quality life is closely linked to the SDG's fundamental principle of leaving no one behind. Going further, President Moon Jae-in, in his speech at 2018 APEC summit, pointed out that ensuring inclusiveness is also important at the international dimension. In this vein, he reiterated Korea's commitment to reducing gaps and ensuring fair opportunities through mutually beneficial cooperation among APEC member countries. Lastly, co-prosperity is essential to bringing all stakeholders on board, particularly the private sector. Governments alone cannot tackle challenges to sustainable development. in order to fill an annual gap of 2.5 trillion US dollars to achieve sustainable development, we need a diverse range of partners. The private sector, by nature, places a priority on earning economic value. When geared toward shared value, the concept of co-prosperity can serve to further attract the interests of the private sector in the global development cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, many aid-dependent countries are expected to attain the status of developed countries during the course of the 21st century. Throughout this development transition, Korea will remain a good and trusted friend as we move forward together toward a world of greater prosperity. Do Jong-hwan, a renowned Korean poet, once said, "IB leaves never rush, but move forward at their own speed. When everything lowers its head over an insurmountable war, one I believe dares to lead the thousands of other I believes, with them eventually moving together over the war." Like I believes, the Korean government will continue to make efforts together with others to build a world in which all continue to thrive and the benefits are widely shared. At this conference today, I look forward to a valuable exchange of ideas on development cooperation and on ways to indeed foster a world of shared prosperity. Before I conclude, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Lee Mi-kyung, President of KOICA, co-host of today's conference, and her team for all their hard work and excellent efforts in making the arrangement for this conference. My deep appreciation also goes to the Honorable Mr. Yoon Sang-hyun, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Unification Committee of the National Assembly, who sent a congratulatory message to this conference, and to Ms. Enda Murunining Tias, who is going to deliver a keynote speech at this conference. I express my appreciation to the ambassadors, moderators, speakers, and other experts for blessing this meaningful event with their presence. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the impressive remarks. Next, congratulatory remarks will be given by Mr. Yoon Sang-hyun, Chairman of Foreign Affairs and Unification Committee of the National Assembly, through a video.
오늘 이 자리에 참석해 주신 존경하는 이태호 차관님과 또 이미경 코이카 이사장님, 또 모든 분들께 우선 인사를 올립니다. 국회 외교통일위원장 윤상인입니다. 먼저 국회 외교통일위원회 위원장으로서 올해로 13회를 맞은 서울 ODA 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 직접 찾아뵙고 인사를 드려야 하나 이렇게 영상으로 인사드리게 된 점을 널리 해량하여 주시기 바랍니다. 아시다시피 2000년 새천년 개발 목표가 수립된 이후 국제사회는 빈곤 감소에서 큰 성과를 보여주었습니다. 이를 이은 지속 가능 개발 목표의 채택은 그 효과가 분명히 있음을 반증한다고 볼 수 있습니다. 우리 국회에서도 2009년 11월 대한민국의 OECD 개발 원조위원회 가입 승인 후에 2010년 1월 달에 국제개발협력 기본법을 제정하여 정부의 국제개발협력 활동을 지원하는 본격적인 법적 체계를 마련하였고, 또 여러 차례 해당 법 개정안을 발의해서 국제사회 변화에 능동적으로 대응하기 위해 노력해왔습니다. 2015년에 채택된 지속가능 개발 목표가 벌써 이행 4년 차에 접어들었습니다. 지속가능 개발 목표는 개발도상국뿐만 아니라 전 세계 모든 국가가 달성해야 하는 목표입니다. 그런 의미에서 지속가능 개발 목표 달성을 위한 상생 번역 실천 방안이라는 주제로 열린 이번 회의에서 공유국가 협력 대상국이 ODA를 통해 어떻게 함께 번영의 길로 나아갈 수 있을지 그 방법에 대해 고민하고, 국제개발협력에 종사하시는 다양한 이해 관계자들이 지속가능 개발 목표 달성에 기여할 유용한 지식과 또 지혜 또 교훈을 서로 충분히 공유하고 얻어갈 수 있기를 바랍니다. 마지막으로 이 회의를 준비하기 위해 수고하신 외교부와 또 코이카 관계자분들께 진심으로 감사의 말씀 드리며 오늘 회의의 성공적인 개최를 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
Now I would like to introduce Dr. Enda Mernining Diaz, co-chair of IGS for GSDR 2019 and former Deputy Minister of National Development Planning Agency of Indonesia, for the keynote speech. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Vice Minister for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Lee Ta-ho, President of COICA, Ms. Lee Min-yu, Excellencies, Ambassador, distinguished speaker and guests. First of all, I would like to thank and very grateful for this invitation for this important event, and also that the government of Korea is really taking interest on this new GSDR report that I will tell you about in a moment. Second, congratulations on the 13th of the conference. I think 13 years is a long journey for fighting and increasing cooperation around the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the 4 years implementation of 2030 agenda declared in New York in September 2015. Many reports say the same direction. There are many progress has been made in which shown in many voluntary national report on SDG presented by many countries during the high-level political forum every year in the United Nations. Globally, however, shows that with the current pace, we will not be able to achieve the targeted goal on time. The recent SDG report by the Secretary General in the UN mentioned that progress is being made and some favorable trends on SDG implementation. But the positive trend and breadth of action needs shift in development pathway and speed and scale required to generate transformation to meet our goal by 2030. Global landscape for SDG implementation deteriorated since 2015, hindering effort by government and other partners. The recent ESCAP report also mentioned that Asia and the Pacific needs to accelerate progress toward all SDG. Urgent action is needed to strengthen environmental protection. Asia and the Pacific need to strengthen means of implementation. Sub-region of Asia and the Pacific making different progress with different challenges in every country. Insufficient data also remain a challenge in Asia and the Pacific. To find a more scientific inputs in 2017, Secretary General Ban Ki-moon at that time and United Nations member countries gave mandate to the UN to formulate a quadrennial report on global sustainable development from scientific point of view. This report is a complementary to the United Nations Secretary General report on SDG in 2019. A group of 15 scientists from 15 countries was formed and tasked to formulate a report that will inform the high-level political forum and shall strengthen the science policy interface and provide a strong evidence-based instrument to support policymakers in promoting poverty eradication and sustainable development. From Asia, there are two, myself and also Professor Yumi Kim from Ewha University. The GSDR 2019 is an independent first scientist report to inform the high-level political forum and strengthen the science policy interface and provide strong evidence-based instrument to support policymakers. GSDR should incorporate scientific evidence in multidisciplinary manner, considering all three dimensions of sustainable development in order to reflect the universal indivisibility and integrated nature of the 2030 Agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 years of inclusive process, the report now entitled "The Future is Now, Science for Achieving Sustainable Development" was submitted to the Secretary General last September 10 in New York. The report finds that the current development is not sustainable, and the progress made in the last 2 decades is in danger of being reversed through worsening social inequalities and potentially irreversible decline in the natural environment that sustains us. The world now is more interrelated than before, in flows of good, flows of capital, flows of people, and now flows of communication, meaning that the result, what we do, will affect other people in other geographic area and will affect the next generation in a way that we may not estimate it before. Therefore, we need to manage and implement all the 17 goals in SDG in an integrated and systematic manner. Scientific research suggests that these 17 goals with 169 targets are interrelated and both carry trade-off but also co-benefit. And if we want to achieve 2030 Agenda on time, we need to select policy that carry more co-benefits and avoid trade-offs. Science has done tremendously to increase prosperity to human and economic condition, but there is some cost to the environment. Therefore, unless there are transformation in our way of life, in our way of doing business, in our way to manage environment, we will not be able to arrive at the future we want as set by 2030 Agenda. The report suggests using 4 levers, namely governance, economy and finance, behavior and collective action, and science and technology, and also suggested 6 entry points for transformation that I will mention after this. Science for sustainable development need to play more role, and the report also suggests ways to improve science policy interface. Call for action are provided for each entry point, but also on role for multilateral organization, government, and other organizations to adopt SDG, and every country to design and rapidly implement SDG in an integrated way that correspond to the specific need and priority in every region and country that contribute to the necessary global transformation. The scientists concluded that a far more optimistic future is still attainable, but only by drastically changed development policy, incentives, and action. The report argues that understanding the numerous systemic interconnection between the individual sustainable development goals and by implementing them through transformation in concrete societal system is essential to devise policies that will help manage difficult trade-off and capitalize on synergy among them. So this is very in line with the theme of the 13th International Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, transformation must be done and start now. Creating economic growth just by increasing consumption of material goods is no longer a viable option at the global level. Projections indicate that the global use of material is set to more than double between 2011 and 2060, from 79 gigaton to 167 gigaton, with correspondingly increased level of greenhouse gas emission, and other toxic effects such as those from mining and other pollution sources. The present model of development has delivered prosperity, no doubt, to hundreds of millions, but it's also led to continuing deprivation, unprecedented level of inequality that undermine innovation, social cohesion, and sustainable economic growth. And it has brought the world close to tipping points in global climate system and biodiversity loss. To change the course, the scientists said that the world must transform a number of key areas of human activities, including food, energy, consumption, and production, and cities. There are 6 entry points for transformation that this report suggested. First is human well-being and capabilities. Second is sustainable and just economy. Third is energy decarbonization and access. Food system and nutrition pattern. Urban and peri-urban development. And global environment commons. In this entry point, impediments are identified for important levers and individual collective behavior specific on pathway as suggested. This transformation can come about through coordinated action by government, business, community, civil society, and individuals. Science has a particular vital role to play, a role that can be further strengthened by increasing investment in science for sustainability and in natural and social science institutions based in developing countries. The report emphasized that achieving the SDG fundamentally required decoupling economic growth from environmental degradation, while at the same time reducing social and gender inequality in wealth, income, and access to opportunities. Shared responsibility with different focus. As not all countries are starting for the same place, the scientists say that higher level of growth will continue to be needed by poor countries to ensure quality social services and infrastructure, at the same time stressing that growing first and cleaning up later is not an option. The report also highlights the need for increased access to appropriate technology and knowledge. Developed countries need to change their production and consumption pattern, including by limiting the use of fossil fuels and plastics, and to encourage public and private investment that align with SDG. The extensive transformation that is needed will not be easy, and the report suggests that a deep scientific understanding is needed to anticipate and mitigate the tension and the threat-off inherent in widespread structural change. For example, those losing jobs in the shift away from fossil fuel and other industry at all will, with a sustainable future, should be supported toward alternative livelihood. The report also emphasized that strong political will and commitment will be required to make the needed transformation, that there are no one-size-fits-all solution, and the intervention in the developed country will look very different from those in the developing countries. The report also provided call to action, identifies 20 points where intervention can create transformative and accelerated progress toward multiple goals and targets in the coming decade. These targeted actions are based on the recent scientific literature analyzing the deeper systemic interconnection that identify synergies and trade-off between individual goals and targets. The report advocates for universal access to quality basic services as a prerequisite to elimination of poverty and human health well-being, healthcare, education, water and sanitation infrastructure, housing, and social protection. The report calls for renewal attention to ending legal and social discrimination and for strengthened union, non-government organization, women's group, and other community organization, finding them all to be important partners in effort to implement the 2030 agenda. The report identified the food and energy system as particularly important areas for change, since this system as currently function are bringing the world toward environmental tipping points, but they are also critical nexus areas for human health and well-being. The food system must undergo widespread change to the infrastructure, cultural, and society norm and policies that are supporting the current unsustainable status quo. At present, approximately 2 billion people suffer from food insecurity, and 820 million are undernourished. At the same time, overweight rates are growing in almost all regions of the world, with global numbers reaching 2 billion overweight adults and 40 million children the age of 5. For developing countries, stronger social protection floors are needed to ensure food security and nutrition. Countries must reduce the environmental impact of their food production system, considering the entire value chain, by reducing food waste and reducing reliance on animal-based protein source. Developing and developed countries both need to increase attention to malnutrition in all its forms, including the increasingly high number of persons who are overweight. The gaps must be addressed even as energy efficiency increase and fossil-based power generation without carbon capture storage is phased out by 2050, so that the world becomes decarbonized in line with the Paris Agreement. The amount of modern renewable energy in the total global energy supply has increased by average of 5.4% annually over the past decade. Meanwhile, the price of renewable electricity dropped by 77% for solar photovoltaic and 80% for onshore wind. And for 5 years in a row, global investment in clean energy have exceeded $300 billion annually. However, additional growth has been stymied with direct and indirect subsidy to fossil fuel that continue to distract from their true economic, health, and environmental costs. With 2/3 of global population projected to live in a city by 2050, the report finds that achieving 2030 agenda will require more compact and efficient cities that are better served by quality public transport and other infrastructure, social services, and an economy that provides decent and sustainable livelihood, including those enabled by technology and nature-based industries. Partnership and network among peer cities can help municipal leaders build on good practices and a store of experience, as can investing in a building science of cities. The scientists emphasize that the global environmental commons, such as atmosphere and ocean, must be safeguarded as crucial sources of ecosystem services and natural resources. Government, local community, and private sector and international actors must work together to conserve, restore, and sustainably use natural resources. Accurately assessing environmental assets is a critical first step, and their value should be reflected through pricing, regulation, and other economic instruments. Decision based on science. Science must play a role in advancing sustainable development. University policymakers, research funders must increase support to research guided by 2030 agenda. Simultaneously, researchers in sustainability science and other disciplines must work together to solve development problems and strengthen the science policy interface, providing society and policymaker information they can use to solve development problems. The report makes the case for shifting current research priority and supporting innovative approach to sustainability science, emphasizing cross-disciplinary partnership and committing support and resource to scientific institutions, particularly in the Global South. Development aid budget should prioritize boosting capacities of science and scientists and access in the Global South. UN member state research consortia and libraries should work together to improve cross-border and interdisciplinary collaboration in science for SDG. Now I would like to turn to the three sort of guiding questions that will be discussed later in the panel. The above findings are important to follow up result of the SDG review conducted this June 2019 in the high-level political forum. Several important points made in the review is inclusive and equitable quality education for all is critical and demand the new platform for cooperation, new partnership, more support for teachers, and increased investment in universal quality education and lifelong learning. Decent work and economic growth are dynamically interlinked in the goals are a means for achieving 2030 agenda. New technology, including artificial intelligence, automation, and robotics, offer both new challenges and opportunity in this area. Special efforts are needed to integrate youth, women, and vulnerable groups into the labor market. Progress on combating climate change and its effect is falling far short what is needed. Achieving Goal 13 is still within reach, but implementation of existing commitment needs to be accelerated that the level of ambition raised sustained substantially. Peace, justice, and transparent, effective, inclusive, and accountable institutions, as well as safe civic spaces, are critical to advancing all goals and targets. This demand responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. Efforts are also needed to improve data in this area. Substantial gap remain for financing the goal. National resource mobilization is needed, including through enabling environment for private investment, strengthening tax administration, and addressing illicit financial flow. Integrated national financing framework can support countries in addressing financial challenges. Significant resources can also be mobilized at the regional level. Overall, the goal must be more systematically incorporated in plans and policy with a focus on prioritization and acceleration of progress through intervention that have potential multiplier effect. Partnership and international cooperation are fundamental in supporting small island developing states to achieve their sustainable development goals, particularly in the area of health and education. Development strategy in least developed countries and landlocked developing countries must target goals beyond economic growth and encompass aspects related to inclusiveness, equality, universal social services, resilience to climate change, and adequate financing. Ladies and gentlemen, the review also recommended that science is an important tool and can guide government in shaping policies that address the interaction among the goals, the co-benefit, and the difficult trade-off in a way that will spur positive systemic transformation as elaborated in the Global Sustainable Report. And these are in line with the theme of the conference today, promoting co-prosperity to achieve SDG in a very, and this is very in line with the GSDR 2019. Looking at the above, it is certainly widened the scope and role of international cooperation. Science is key to follow up in-depth review and transform the way suggested by GSDR. the use of science and knowledge to find ways to address and follow in-depth review from high-level political forum is key. Matching the result of in-depth review and putting them into suggested entry point for transformation is key to able finding the best policy action that have more co-benefit to accelerate progress. Policy research to find the best policy action and discuss with all stakeholders will not only provide the right combination of levers for transformation, but also the use of stakeholders' resource in harmonious way. International cooperation financed by ODA can also be used to help bridging gaps in capacity in science, to increase access of science and technology for developing countries, particularly ADC, to increase capacity of scientists and science institutions in those countries. Multi-stakeholder harmony to achieve SDG. As recommended by GSDR 2019, is to be used as a compass for every stakeholders within a country and globally. Therefore, agenda of all stakeholders will be on SDG implementation. In this regard, in each entry point, discussion can be done to identify policy action and the form of 4 levers needed agreed to implement transformation. Science can be used to identify role of each stakeholders in implementing transformation through agreed governance, agreed economy and financing modality, agreed transformation in behavior and collective action, and agreed technology and science used for transformation. This way, resources from stakeholders then can be combined according to its characteristic in a harmonized way. In this multi-actor policy action for transformation, the ODA then can be used in harmony with resources from national and local stakeholders. With regard to the double role of government body and development agency, as SDG applied universally for developed and developing countries, both developed and developing countries share the same problem, which are universal, such as inequality and poverty, due to the lack access of key basic services. However, the precise situation and challenge of these problems differ from country to country. As suggested by GSDR 2019, science should be used to identify these differences. The policy to reduce poverty, for example, is the main responsibility of the country itself. Therefore, according to the Paris Agreement, ODA is used according to the recipient development agenda and priority. In this case, domestic resources, public and or private financing resources is the first financing resource. This ODA then is used in combination with domestic resources to implement national priority, which are also in line with SDG. This combination of resources is also source of transformation to accelerate SDG achievement. For the donor country, ODA is used as a way to reduce inequality and poverty, for example, for expanding the market to overseas so that domestic economy and employment also expand. In this way, ODA can also ensure no one behind, not just in home country, but also contribute at the global level. ODA can also be used to transfer technology through FDI or industrial reallocation to recipient countries. ODA can also be given in the form of services and sending expertise to recipient countries, including to bridge the gap in capacity of science in Global South. Therefore, it has a mutual value and co-benefit for both countries to reduce inequality and poverty. In this regard, science is used to identify the right intervention choices that's suitable and produce co-benefit for both donor and recipient countries. But as much as important of financing, including ODA, for SDG implementation to bring transformation needed to make our goal of SDG achieved timely by 2030, financing should all be implemented in harmony with the right governance, behavior, collective action, and with science and technology. Have a very fruitful and productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the impressive speech. This will conclude the opening session of the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference, and it will be followed by a 15-minute break before the next session. Please be seated in the conference hall until 10:50. Thank you. Also, we will have a commemorative photo session during the break. I would like to invite all the speakers, moderators, guests from Ministry of Foreign Affairs and COICA up on the stage for the photo session. Guests from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, COICA, and all the speakers, moderators, and discussion leaders, kindly move on stage for the photo session. Once again, guests from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, COICA, and all the speakers, moderators, and discussion leaders, kindly move on stage for the photo session. Please give a big smile saying cheese. Could you please clap? Clapping? Yes, thank you.
이렇게 구타를 하실 이유는 없잖아요.
아까 떨어지는 부분이 없잖아.
나와요? 왜안 나오죠? 여기 손이
아이씨 그게 저 TV에. 화 냈는데 야. 내가 어디 감히 하늘 같은 부장님한테.
들어왔다. 아니 링크는 됐는데 왜 신호가 안 들어오지?
없다. 어? 저 익스텐드는 불 다 켜져 있고 화면 그래? 역시 케이블이
아니야. 마우스는 되는데 지금 왜안 나오지? 나다. 빠졌다. 나왔어.
야 마우스 아 깜짝이야. 앞에 분이 들고 내려가시면은 없으면은 스페 올려주시고 앞에 연습하세요. 연사들한테 미리 설명해 주세요. 아니? 보시고 마우스 쓰셔야 되면은 요 마우스로 넘기셔도 되고 요걸로 쓰셔도 되고. 예.
테스트입니다.
하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘. 하나 둘 셋. 하나 둘.
Session 1 for the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference will resume shortly.
하나
I
둘
would
셋.
like to ask everyone to be seated at the conference hall as soon as possible. Session 1 for Seoul ODA International Conference will resume shortly. I would like to ask everyone to be seated at the conference hall as soon as possible. Now I'm pleased to announce that Session 1 has begun, where discussions on discourse of co-prosperity in international development cooperation will be carried out. During the first session, Professor Son Hyuk-sang, Vice President for External Cooperation and Professor of Graduate School of Public Policy and Civic Engagement at Kyunghee University, will take the role as a moderator. Please welcome Professor Son and speakers on stage.
Okay, thank you for your kind introduction, and with due respect and panel's permission, I'd like to speak in Korean, and if the panel have a specific questions toward me or toward the audience, I'll speak in English then. 네, 지금부터 우리말로 진행을 하려고 합니다. 혹시 오늘 회의 주제를 보고 좀 약간 놀라신 분이 계실지도 모르겠어요. 그 이유는 저희들의 경우가 2010년 국제개발협력 기본법을 만들 때 상호 호혜, mutually beneficial이라는 요 단어 하나 가지고 상당히 오랜 논쟁을 했던 기억이 납니다. 과연 mutually beneficial을 국제개발협력 ODA에 포함시키는 것이 적절한 것인가? 그러나 이제 모두의 이미경 이사장님이나 이태호 차관님이나 또 오늘 키노트 스피치에서 나오듯이 더 이상 어떤 상호 상생, shared co-prosperity라고 얘기할 수도 있는 이런 부분이 더 이상 SDG 시대에서는 논의할 수 있는 맞다 안 맞다의 수준이 아니라 어떻게 이것을 우리가 만들어가야 되는 그 단계에 온 걸 오늘 확인하게 되었습니다. 그래서 지금까지 저희가 ODA 컨퍼런스에서 해왔던 논의들이 무엇이 맞냐 틀리냐라는 이런 원칙적인 얘기를 떠나서 오늘은 co-prosperity라고 얘기하는 아니면 shared prosperity, 상생, 공영 이런 부분들을 세 분의 아주 뛰어난 연사들을 모시고 얘기할 수 있는 기회를 갖겠습니다. 먼저 존 오버턴 교수님은 빅토리아 유니버시티 뉴질랜드 교수님인데 그 교수님은 아주 이 개발 쪽에 굉장히 extensively 연구를 많이 하셨어요. 특히 shared co-prosperity, shared prosperity라고 하는 공유된 번영 이거에 대한 저작도 물론 있으시고요. 그래서 존 오버턴 교수님은 ODA의 패러다임이 변했다. 이제 더 이상 과거에 주는 giving and taking이라는 ODA를 넘어서서 어떻게 갈 것이냐. 그런데 그 시대가 조그만 재밌는 용어를 쓰십니다. 레트로 리버럴리즘, 복고 자유주의라는 이러한 시대 속에서 어떻게 우리가 ODA를 바라볼 것인가라는 큰 조망을 하십니다. 두 번째 발표이신 레이첼 켈리아 박사님은 여러분 잘 아시는 영국의 Overseas Development Institute ODI의 수석 연구원이신데 이분은 똑같은 공영의 문제를 국익에서 접근하십니다. 내셔널 인터레스트. 그렇지만 내셔널 인터레스트가 천박하고 자의적인 국익이 아니라 어떻게 원칙에 입각한 국익을 추구할 것이냐. 그래서 그것을 프린시플드 인덱스라 그래서 PA 인덱스를 ODI가 개발을 했습니다. 그래서 오늘 다시 한번 공영에 대한 특히 국익 시각에서 공영을 라이첼 켈리아 씨가 발표를 하실 예정이고요. 마지막으로 마이클 벤버거 선생님은 제가 특별히 소개할 필요가 없을 정도인데요. 제가 마이클 벤버거 선생님 책을 보고 공부를 했습니다. 한국서 개발 평가에 대한 교과서가 없을 때 마이클 벤버거 선생님이 쓰신 Real World Evaluation이나 Evaluating Complexity라는 이 고전 같은 책들을 혼자 복학해서 보면서 공부하신 선생님을 오늘 모셨는데 똑같이 벤버거 선생님도 SDG 시대의 ODA가 이제 변한다. 그러나 밸류를 어떻게 더 추가하시냐면 그렇게 변해가는 ODA를 어떻게 평가할 수 있느냐 우리가 평가란 측면에서 그래서 같은 코프로스페리티라는 중요한 주제를 다루지만 세 분의 연사께서 각자의 독특한 시각으로 오늘 한 15분 정도 각자 발표를 하시고 발표 이후에는 패널 간의 토론이 있고 그 이후에 여러분들이 주신 질문에 대한 Q&A 세션을 진행하는 것으로 오늘 세션을 가볼까 합니다. 제가 이제 모두가 조금 소개 때문에 길어졌는데요. 죄송하고 먼저 우리 존 오버턴 선생님한테 발표를 부탁드리겠습니다. Please.
President Lee, distinguished guests, our moderator, thank you very much for the invitation to attend this wonderful meeting on what I think is a fascinating and very important theme for those of us interested in aid and development. My aim today, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to flick this forward. Yep. Sorry, I can't quite get that to the sorry, someone here might be able to, there we go, we're fine. My job in this presentation is to outline a little bit on where this new approach to aid has come about and how it has become embedded in international aid and development practice over the past decade. I'd also like to raise a few concerns and perhaps criticisms about this new approach and try and see ways that we might progress it forward. I'm drawing particularly on work that myself and some colleagues have done in the Pacific Islands. I'm sorry, President Lee, Michael was able to present you with a real book yesterday. I can only show you a copy of the cover of our one. But I'd like to draw a little bit from that research in talking about this new approach to aid. If we're looking at co-prosperity as an idea and an approach to aid, I think we can see its origins in the global financial crisis of the later first decade of the 2000s. And many of us at the time expected the global financial crisis to have a severe hit on ODA volumes. But what was interesting was that in practice, aid volumes increased. They barely showed a slowdown, and in fact, ODA now is at an historic high. So it's interesting that we have an apparent contradiction between contraction and crisis in donor economies, at least initially, and an expansion of ODA. So that's the thing that some colleagues and I have been reflecting on. And to a large extent, that change has been associated with the concept of shared prosperity, as it's been articulated by the World Bank and others, co-prosperity, what we're talking about here. So there is this new approach to aid. Some critics have pointed to this change as being a shift to what they call supply-led aid, where aid is being determined really by the priorities, the supply needs of donors rather than a demand side, the development needs of recipients. My colleagues and I, though, scratched our heads for a while and we thought, what do we call this new approach? It's not neoliberalism. It's not the approach of the 1990s, which is purely market-led, small state approaches. And we thought, actually, this is starting to look a bit like the 1950s. It's a bit retro. It's the reintroduction, perhaps, of Keynesian economics to an extent. There's a strong emphasis on infrastructural development. It looks a bit like modernization theory. So the term retro-liberalism is really to acknowledge that what we're calling the new aid regime of today, in a way, harks back to earlier practices and approaches, though certainly with some new twists and some new terminology. One of the things we looked at was how this new approach has come about, and we looked particularly at several donors, Australia, New Zealand and Canada, where the changes looked remarkably similar, almost exactly the same. It's almost as if there was a playbook being used for how to implement this new approach. And we see parallels in a number of European donors as well. And one of the first elements of this new approach to aid was how it came about very rapidly. So in Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, the changes were almost instantaneous. There was no broad public consultation. Governments, particularly new governments, came in and said, right, we're having a change. Here's the new approach to aid, to ODA, and it was done really by introducing policy changes and institutional changes simultaneously. It happened very quickly. And those institutional changes were very important in enabling this new approach to aid. So again, in those three countries and elsewhere, we saw the end to autonomous or semi-autonomous aid agencies within donor government systems. So NZAID, AusAid, CEDA were finished and rolled into the wider foreign affairs and trade ministries of donor countries. By the way, I'm very pleased to see that COICA has managed to stay independent and keep a semi-autonomous approach to ODA and the management of ODA. So I think in Korea you've done the right thing in terms of that approach to aid. The third element of these changes has been the changing relationship between donor agencies and civil society. So in cases that I'm familiar with, NGOs that had formerly been supported by donor agencies lost that core support. They were asked to come much more closely into line with government priorities and also come into line with the private sector rather than pursue their own approaches, their own sort of niche areas of aid delivery. So that relationship changed. We also saw quite dramatically a change in the language about aid. The poverty focus that was associated with the MDGs has certainly faded quite strongly in the policy language and the documents of donor agencies. We've got a new language, a new articulation of the mission of ODA, particularly around this concept of sustainable economic development. And sustainable economic development sounds wonderful, no one can really disagree with it. But I think in practice we've seen that sustainable economic development accords with a discourse of economic growth as the principal or most effective way to achieve development outcomes. So that change in the language, that change in the mission of development agencies has been very important. We've also seen with donor agencies a much more explicit statement of self-interest. In the past, donors have been quite shy, quite reticent about admitting that aid and aid policies serve the donor self-interest. They've held back. It's about altruism. It's about doing good. I think we've seen a shift now with donors being quite upfront and saying our aid policies are a way of promoting our economic and political interests. And the notion of co-prosperity, the language of co-prosperity, allows space for donor self-interest to become much more part of the mainstream. But behind that, if we unpack that more, that has allowed a return to practices that I, for one, would be quite critical of. Much more tied aid, where aid is linked to the economy of donor countries, requirements for aid to be spent on contractors, on scholarships and so on from donor countries. Alongside all of these changes, of course, we've seen the private sector become much more prominent and in a different way from the neoliberalism of the 80s and 90s. A recognition, quite rightly, of the very prominent and important role that the private sector plays in the process of development. But what we're seeing a little bit more is that the private sector is being incorporated more strongly and openly into aid programs, so that aid activities, I know in the New Zealand case, are now more aligned with the trade and investment activities of our own companies working overseas. This tying of aid with economic activities within the donor private sector. And we've also seen private sector contractors become more prominently involved in aid delivery. Another change, and one that I'm particularly interested in and perhaps concerned about, is the changing aid modalities, the changes in the way aid is delivered. And here I think we've seen a shift away from the practices of the early 2000s, which were taking us, and the World Bank was behind this, a shift to higher order modalities of sector-wide approaches, of general budget support. I think we've got to move back now to projects and to move back to shorter term time horizons for projects rather than longer term programs and commitments. And to wrap this up, I think we can see all of this in terms of a new articulation of what is old modernisation theory, a very strong emphasis on infrastructure, on building roads and ports and energy and so on, and also, as within modernisation theory, a strong role for the state in facilitating economic growth. Again, very different from a neoliberal approach. Okay, in the couple of minutes that I've got left, I just want to try and turn that understanding of how aid practices have changed to reflecting on some concerns of what we might have left behind in those changes. I get my students in development studies to recite the principles of the Paris Declaration in 2005. Ownership, harmonisation, alignment, managing for results, mutual accountability. Because I think that Paris Declaration was a very important and useful, and we might say quite radical statement of what was accepted global best practice in aid. The recognition of the importance for recipient countries to take the lead, to articulate their own development priorities, and for donors to swing in behind that and support that and commit and harmonise and not compete with one another, and to have a focus on managing for results. I think Michael's talk on evaluation is going to be critical in that, to take a close look at whether our aid expenditure is achieving the results we wish to achieve. And I would argue that having gone through those that concern for aid effectiveness from Paris through to the final high-level forum here in Busan in 2011, we had, I think, a framework for aid effectiveness. But I'm a bit worried as we look forward to the SDGs and to the 2030 agenda that we've somewhat lost that focus on aid effectiveness. That I think if we look at the role of aid in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, what we need to do is rediscover our best practices, our principles. How do we know that aid is being spent effectively to achieve good development goals? How do we know that aid is being spent effectively to reach those most in need, the marginalised? How do we achieve no one left behind? And I think that's where we need to really think about our aid practices, and I think we need, as I say, to rediscover those principles and approaches to aid. And I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
예, 오버턴 교수님 감사합니다. 생각할 또 토론의 여지를 많이 줘서 하여튼 궁금하신 점이 있으시면은 여기 우리 새로운 시스템에 올려주시면 나중에 오버턴 교수님하고 서로 얘기할 수 있는 기회를 가져보도록 하겠습니다. 그럼 두 번째로 우리 레이첼 박사님의 그 발표를 초청하도록 하겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주십시오. 예.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with you today, and I'd like to thank President Lee and our hosts for organizing this event and so kindly inviting me to speak. I'm here to introduce the Overseas Development Institute's Principled Aid Index, which is a new composite index that ranks all OECD DAC donors on their pursuit of what we're calling a principled approach to aid in the national interest. We created this index as a response to changing rhetoric from donors about their reasons for providing foreign aid. I'm sure it's no surprise to anyone in this room that donors are increasingly stating a more explicit desire to use aid to advance their national interests. Yet how the national interest is understood and enacted through aid is not always the same. While some donors may view the national interest as a call to advance mutual objectives and achieve co-prosperous outcomes, others have explicitly sought to use aid to support short-term or domestic gains. For the latter group in particular, there's a real risk that the search for domestic wins could undermine the long-term effectiveness of development programs. My message is that aid in the national interest is a slippery concept with meanings that range from seeking co-prosperity through principled actions to seeking domestic wins through short-termism. Where donors sit within this spectrum is a real choice that should be proactively made by development agencies. At ODI, our Principled Aid Index sets out to empirically explore what we mean by a principled approach to aid in the national interest. Over the 13-ish minutes that I have remaining, I'll explain our theoretical framework, how the index is measured, and findings from across the group of DAC donors. So I want to begin by spending a few minutes to talk about why we developed the Principled Aid Index in the first place. So the project started from a long literature where aid is thought to have one of two main motivations. Just like a clergyman, aid can be motivated by idealistic and moral arguments and values. Alternatively, aid can operate like a merchant, seeking to pragmatically exploit economic opportunities and interests. This debate between the realist merchants and the idealist clergymen has led to the often asked question of which one dominates. The answer tends to be that donors allocate aid in a way that balances both motivations. Yet the ratio of clergymen and merchants that informs allocation decisions often varies over time and obviously across countries also. What we know and what we learn from the merchant is that no state would provide aid if it undermined their national interest. Altruism arguably occurs against a backdrop of at least a benevolent self-interest. This means that merchants will always have the upper hand over the clergymen, even if the public might prefer to believe otherwise. We think that we're living in an era of unprecedented aid nationalism, where foreign aid resources are now perceived as a legitimate expression of national identity and as a way for advancing soft power and domestic economic interests. Some early ODI analysis showed that over the last 5 years, donors have increasingly been allocating their aid more like a merchant than a clergyman. Even those that had long prided themselves on more altruistic behaviors were increasingly looking to achieve mutual gains through aligning development with other policy priorities. We thought that this convergence towards a more mercantile approach, or at least a more open recognition from donors that their publics expected domestic gain from aid, was worth exploring further. Ultimately, this led us to ask the question of whether all national interests, or all merchants, were created equal. So at ODI, we don't believe so. A donor can be exploitative or enlightened, depending on what they do and seek to achieve through a strategy that promotes aid in the national interest. For us, an enlightened donor is one that takes a principled approach to the national interest, as embodied in the maxim of doing well by doing good. It's embedded in de Tocqueville's ideal of the enlightened self-interest, where he suggests that working for the collective good was also a way of serving the individual interests. Alternatively, we understand a populist or an unprincipled approach to the national interest to be one that is firmly oriented towards maximizing short-term gains via an aid transaction. Okay. So what underpins a principled approach to aid in the national interest? Well, for us, a principled approach to the national interest can be analytically dissected into 3 buckets or principles. The first is the principle of need. So this is the idea that aid can be considered principled when it's allocated to address critical development needs and vulnerabilities. So, aid is principled when it goes to the places that need it the most. The second is the principle of global cooperation. This is aid that's allocated to channels and activities that facilitate and support global cooperation or global objectives. So think, for instance, support to climate change or core support to multilateral institutions. The third is the principle of public spiritedness. So this is the idea that aid is principled when it's allocated to maximize every opportunity to achieve development impact rather than short-lived domestic returns. So what we're talking about here is the degree to which donors avoid short-term wins, such as those derived from things like aid tying, which provide clear benefits to the donors without necessarily being in the interests of advancing long-run development objectives. These 3 dimensions then become the conceptual basis for our principled aid index. So to compute the index, we use a series of 12 indicators, 4 per principle, that reveal how principled donors are on the basis of their patterns of aid allocation. Each donor receives a score out of a possible 30. 10 points are allocated per principle. And we measure donor performance in a first iteration between 2013 and 2017. In the interest of time, I'm not going to speak about the specific indicators during the presentation, but a full list of the indicators and our data set is available online. Essentially, what we're trying to do here with the index is to benchmark donor performance against the 3 principles in terms of what they actually do with their aid, rather than what they say about it. So we're interested in the reality rather than the rhetoric. Okay. So we released the first version of the index in March this year, and we'll be updating it annually going forward. With my few remaining minutes, I wanted to highlight some of the key findings from our first iteration. Okay, so on the slide behind me, you'll see a heat map with the overall rankings and the rankings per dimension for 2017. So our top 3 donors in 2017 were Luxembourg, the UK, and Sweden, while our bottom 3, as you can see, are Slovak Republic, Greece, and Austria. Korea ranks 12th out of the 29 donors. We also find that on average, donors are becoming more principled because of improved scores on the global cooperation and needs dimensions. So we looked at how donors perform on each of these dimensions, how it's changed over time between 2013 and 2017, and found evidence of a tendency towards more principled aid across the DAC, with the majority of donors improving their scores on the principles of need and global cooperation over time. Yet somewhat paradoxically, and at the same time as donors were found to be more principled in terms of needs and global cooperation, we found that all but 6 donors show an absolute decrease in their performance on the public-spirited dimension between 2013 and 2017. Recall that this is the dimension that speaks about the instrumentalization of aid. So what we're seeing is that more donors are seeking short-term wins from their aid, at the same time that their allocations are responding more to needs and global challenges. So how can this be? Well, we think that this paradox could be a sign of the times. On one hand, donors are increasingly aware that development challenges across the globe have consequences at home, and that achieving the SDGs will require a conscientious use of development resources. On the other, donors face competing demands on public budgets and intense pressures to show domestic constituencies how their aid dollars work for them. The challenge going forward is ensuring that the demands of the latter don't compromise the work of the former. Lastly, we see a positive correlation between the quantity of aid that donors provide as a share of GNI and their scores on the Principled Aid Index. Basically, what we're seeing is that more generous donors, or those that reach or are the closest to reaching the 0.7% spending target, are often the ones that are the most principled. This is consistently true across each year of the index. Before closing, I just wanted to offer one final thought. Like so many areas of development policy, the case for principled aid rests on taking an expansive understanding of what is meant by the national interest. This is inherently at odds with the short-termism of the electoral cycle and acute public pressures on foreign aid budgets that many countries are facing. Our findings from the current iteration of the Principled Aid Index show that many donors are succumbing to this pressure and are struggling to allocate aid in a way that maintains the principle of public spiritedness. This means that if principled aid was a stool with 3 legs, one of these legs is starting to rot. At some point, you have to wonder if the integrity of the stool itself might be at risk. Development agencies and their governments face a real choice between being globally principled and being domestically populist. The challenge they face is ensuring that the short-term demands don't compromise the long-term outcomes we hope to achieve. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to your questions.
네, 레이첼 박사님 감사합니다. Thank you for your presentation. Now, Mr. Van Bergen.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you to our President Lee, our distinguished guests, and our esteemed audience. I'm honored and happy to have an opportunity to share with you some ideas on how to think about how we evaluate the rapidly changing world of international development assistance. The dilemmas and the opportunities, and the previous presentations, both by President Lee and our keynote speaker and my 2 colleagues, have shown the dilemmas of understanding what are the objectives, what are the strategies for international development assistance. And my message to you will be that the approaches to evaluating international development are now completely out of date, completely inadequate for evaluating the new realities of the international development context. So I'm just going to try to share a few ideas with you of how we might think about some of the challenges and some of the opportunities for rethinking international development assistance and how it will be evaluated. So I'm going to try to cover three topics. Firstly, just to add a little bit to the contributions of the previous speakers on the transformation of ODA in the age of co-prosperity. Then some of the evaluation challenges for evaluating ODA in the era of the SDGs, climate change, forced migration, and the goal of co-prosperity. And then briefly to think about some of the new approaches to development evaluation that we might wish to incorporate. So my message is that the current thinking about development evaluation is very much out of date, no longer adequate for the reality in which we find ourselves. So firstly, the transformation of ODA. I won't spend long on this because the previous speakers have addressed this very adequately, but just to remember that when ODA began in the 1960s, the focus was on industrial nations transferring resources and knowledge to the developing countries. Now we're in a completely different context where we're thinking about co-prosperity, joint definition of objectives, strategies, and outcomes. And there's a continuing debate about does aid work? There are significant questions, some of which have been mentioned about the issues and limitations of the approaches to ODA. So just very, very briefly defining co-prosperity. It's looked upon as a win-win for donors and recipient countries, and it needs to be adapted to fit the purposes of the SDGs. So there's a lot of adaptation required. And then, most importantly, there's a recognition that countries are interconnected and that most development challenges no longer recognize national borders. Climate change, poverty, migration, trade and technology, they don't stop at the border. So we need a much more international way of thinking about what aid is and how it will be evaluated. There's a number of dimensions of the SDGs which are potentially favorable for the promoting co-prosperity. One is the SDGs have a focus now on impact rather than just program implementation. There's also a focus on modernizing and broadening the development finance system with a strong focus on the private sector, which previous colleagues have discussed. And then a very strong focus on policy, talking about governance, gender equality, environmental sustainability, resilience, and a number of other factors. Engagement and innovation is a very strong concern. So potentially the SDGs can accommodate very well our goals of co-prosperity. So just briefly, a few of the challenges of evaluating ODA in the era of the SDGs. Again, coming back to the issue of the inadequacy of current approaches to development evaluation. Here is a map of the SDGs, the 17 SDGs, the sub-goals, all of the linkages between them. And the message from this is that you can't try to evaluate one SDG in isolation. They're all very intimately linked with other SDGs, and so we need a completely different framework from the traditional evaluation of looking at one individual intervention as if it was being implemented on the planet Mars with no external factors influencing it at all. So we can see we need a significantly different approach. There's a number of methodological challenges we have to address. You can no longer look at an individual intervention in isolation. Critically, we have to understand complexity, which I'll come back to. We need to understand the interactions among different SDGs. Crucially, we need to understand sustainability. Aid doesn't finish after a 4-year implementation. We need to know what has happened 5 years, 10 years later. And most evaluations are not very able to do that. We also need to identify unintended outcomes. Most evaluations just look at have we achieved what we intended to do, and the fact that more women have got jobs is considered a success and may ignore the fact that domestic violence has increased significantly. That wasn't the goal of the program, so it often doesn't get evaluated. So looking at unintended outcomes is a major challenge. And then the limitations of the traditional approach of evaluating one program in isolation. And the fact that we talk a lot about social exclusion, but in fact, it tends not to be addressed in most evaluations. We just look at who has benefited. We don't look at who hasn't benefited, who was left behind. So these are some of the challenges. There's also some strategic challenges. One of the basic ones is that most countries are not able to generate the kinds of data which would be needed to evaluate the SDGs. There's still a strong top-down focus of donors and governments getting together with relatively little participation from local communities, even though everybody talks about the importance of that. There's still a bias towards monitoring implementation rather than trying to evaluate impacts. And until recently, very little attention to co-prosperity. So there are some strategic challenges that we have to address. So I'd like to just very briefly give you a few ideas on some of the promising new approaches which are beginning to be discussed and which are still not implemented into most evaluation strategies. So I'm going to mention briefly 6 approaches. The 2 in red I'm going to try to discuss in just a little bit more detail. The first and critical approach is we have to have a complexity responsive evaluation approach. We have to recognize that development is complex. We need a complex way of evaluating. Doing simple evaluations of individual components no longer works. So complexity is a big challenge for evaluation, but it's absolutely critical. We probably also need to have a stronger focus on theory of spelling out what it is we're trying to do. Most programs have some kind of theory of change, but it's often more of a public relations. This is what we're going to do, it's going to be great, rather than an analytical approach of how is the program actually going to work, what are the critical hypotheses, how can we test them. Then sustainability, there's almost no evaluations which seriously assess sustainability. What will happen 5 years after the new school becomes operational? What will happen 10 years after? That's almost never in the evaluation framework. So that's very critical. Then we're recognizing we need to use a mixed method approach where we combine quantitative and qualitative with a strong focus on case studies to dig deeper into the experiences of the lived experiences of the different groups involved in the project. And then we need to introduce what perhaps for me one of the most critical things, the new information technologies, big data, artificial intelligence. Most development agencies are using these technologies, everybody except the evaluation departments. Evaluation departments tend to be very traditional. They continue with the methods they've always used, and they've been very reluctant to accept using data from satellite images, analysis of social media and so on. So that's something I will come back to at the end because I think that is critical. So just very briefly, a few thoughts on what a complexity focus would look like in evaluation. There are 4 points I'm going to just mention. The first is we need to begin with a complexity map. We need to recognize that the intervention is only one of the factors which is going to affect outcomes. Even if an intervention is well known and relatively simple, it operates within a complex political, economic, socio-cultural, environmental context, which makes even a simple project very often complex to implement. Then projects are implemented and coordinated by many different agencies, government, donors, civil society, private sector, all of which are interacting. Often they're competing with each other, they don't coordinate very well. So there are many relatively simple projects which don't work very well because of the problems of coordination among the institutions who are implementing. So this should be a critical part of the evaluation. Then causality. In the good old days when evaluation started, there was one intervention and you were looking at the effect on one outcome. If you give school meals to children, will it improve educational performance? The models of causality are now complex, and you need to have a very different way of measuring them. So this is the basic map of how we think about complexity. Then there's a number of tools and techniques which we're starting to use, which I'll just mention that they'll be in the material you'll receive. The first one is systems mapping. We need to have a way of trying to articulate all of the different elements in the system, all of the different agencies, how they interact with each other, whether they're competing, whether there are agencies that are being excluded. And this is just an example of a program for combating violence against women, but you can see it plots all of the different agencies and the complicated interactions among them. So systems mapping is the first key instrument. The second is social network analysis of just understanding there are multiple agencies involved. If you're in the health sector or the education sector, there may be hundreds of different agencies which are involved. And so mapping how these relate to each other, which are the key agencies, are there some agencies which are marginalized, and how does this change over time? These are all critical elements of the social network analysis. All of these examples I'm giving are looking about linkages, interactions between many different dimensions, different actors. The fourth example is systems dynamics. This is based upon the idea that any program involves a number of subsystems which are interacting among each other, but there are continual feedback loops. One activity changes the way the system works. It can improve, it can weaken a different component. So you need to have a dynamic model which is tracking over time all of these processes of retroalimentation and how this changes the outcomes. It's not just a linear process, it's a very complicated pattern of interactions. This was an example of a program for promoting brick manufacturing in India. So the final point I wanted to mention is the potential role, in fact one could say the essential role, of the new kinds of new information technology, the geospatial technology, satellites, remote sensors, social media analytics, the real-time feedback you can get from analysis of Twitter, of Facebook, of these other techniques which can help capture people's attitudes, sentiment analysis, phone call records. In many countries now, one of the best indicators of changes in short-term changes in poverty is the amount of airtime which people purchase for their phones every week. When airtime purchases go down, this has proved to be a very good indicator of increasing poverty. Phones can also be used for tracking mobility. So this again is a technology which is being used by all civil society organizations, but very, very little by evaluators. Then integrated data platforms, the new data mining, artificial intelligence, where you can pull together all of the different kinds of information so you can begin to see patterns which you previously weren't able to identify. And then artificial intelligence, ways of being able to dig deeper into your data and understand some of the changes which previously you couldn't see. So these are all tools which are being used by most development agencies, but evaluators have been very reluctant to use these tools. Evaluation tends to be very conservative in its approach. So I think whether evaluation continues to exist as a separate discipline will depend upon whether it's able to capture and use these new information technologies. So just finally, some concluding messages. ODA has gradually or dramatically evolved over time, as the previous speakers have mentioned. Most current evaluation approaches are not adequate for evaluating the new realities of the international economy. There's a number of new evaluation approaches which are being developed, which have not really been implemented very completely yet. Almost all of these new approaches require almost all of these approaches require incorporating complexity theory into the evaluation approach, something which evaluators still find quite challenging. And I have developed, but we won't have time to present it now, but it will be available through the organizers, some initial ideas on a framework for how you can evaluate co-prosperity. So we have an exciting future ahead of us, many challenges, and I think it's an existential challenge for the evaluation community. Can they incorporate complexity theory, and can they incorporate new information technology? If they can't, 5 years from now, you might find that there are no evaluators in this room. It's just filled with data scientists. So it really is an existential challenge for the evaluation community. So thank you, and I hope we'll have a chance to come back to this in some of the discussion.
네, 벤버거 박사님 감사합니다. 그 SDG 시대의 다양한 타겟과 골들이 연결되어 있는 또 상생의 시대에서 평가가 일반적인 프로그램 평가와 다른 복잡성의 평가가 필요하고 그 방법론이 어떤지에 대해서 국내에서 새롭게 소개를 해주시는 의미가 있는 것 같습니다. 그 참고로 이 질문을 우리말로 질문을 하셔도 제가 최대한 영어로 해서 한번 전달을 할 테니 꼭 영어로 질문을 올리실 필요는 없다 이런 말씀을 드립니다. 그래서 질문을 준비하시는 동안에 제가 공통되게 우리 그 패널들에게 좀 질문을 먼저 하고 잠깐 얘기를 나누는 동안에 플로어에 다시 가서 질문을 하겠습니다. Let me ask you, your panelists, about the common theme of this session. about the co-prosperity. As far as I understand, John, you seems to have some negative kind of sense of the natural liberalism, which has a shared prosperity based on the the donor-led, the supply-led, and it's kind of an inevitable trend we have to accept. Or Rachel, you said there are three pillars. We still have a hope to have a balance among the three pillars, to have a balanced view of the principles of national interest and co-prosperity. So you have a little bit similar but diverging view on those co-prosperity and national interest. And Mr. Bamberger, you seem to agree with John about the overall trend of this national interest and co-prosperity, but could you share your final kind of your comment on what kind of current trend in this co-prosperity when you hear both these panelists actually express their ideas? John, you first.
Yes, thank you. I think you're right in that, in my view, we should be concerned about some of the trends in terms of this emerging co-prosperity aid environment. However, I don't want to give the impression that I am opposed to the widespread role of the private sector in promoting development, the way we need to harness more domestic resources for development, and all sorts of things. I suppose where my concerns are is to see the way that there has been a muddying of how we think about ODA and its role. For example, I think it's perfectly fine if governments decide that they want to support their own businesses, companies, interests working overseas. Great, and that's going to have good outcomes. But let's not call it aid, and let's not count it as ODA. Another illustration, Germany, its ODA in 2017, 25% of its ODA expenditure in 2017 was spent in Germany for in-country refugee costs. Not a euro of that went outside Germany, in effect. Now, and again, I'll say, fantastic, Germany has a wonderful, enlightened refugee policy, and it's quite right that it should spend those volumes of money on that and should be applauded for that. But don't call it ODA. I think there is a role for ODA, and a very important role for ODA within the SDGs, but that's in doing the things that other agencies and sectors cannot do effectively. And I tend to think we've lost sight of that a bit, and that's what I'd like to see us get back to.
Okay, sure. I'll be quick. I mean, I certainly agree with a lot of what John's saying here. I mean, I do think that in a perfect world, donors would allocate all of their aid in an altruistic manner, and we wouldn't have to be having this discussion about aid in the national interest. But for us, I think the issue is we started having that discussion with donors. In a very early iteration of this index, the spectrum was actually altruism to the national, to kind of self-interest. But what we were hearing from people is that they didn't want to be at the altruistic end. That wasn't kind of where their political, where the minister wanted them to be on this spectrum. So we moved towards this idea of thinking about whether the national interest could be pursued in a way that was positive. And so for us, this is how we ended up on this kind of principled idea. And so it's more, if donors are going to allocate aid in the national interest, and we think that they're probably going to, and we're probably going to keep hearing this language, then how can we do it in a way that is the best in terms of achieving the long-term development outcomes, which is why we're all here, and what shouldn't we be doing? So that's kind of our take on that.
Thank you. Bamberger?
it's just the silver button.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question. I'm wearing my evaluator's hat, as always, and so I think that we need to have a much broader framework for really understanding what is happening with the new aid modalities. We need to have a much stronger articulation of the theory of what are the processes of change which we expect to take place, and testing whether that is actually happening. We also need to have a much longer time perspective, because processes of change, it may be 5 years or 10 years before you can really see a lot of the results. So just having this much longer time perspective, and then critically understanding more the unintended outcomes of the aid policies. There is still a tendency for most aid agencies to look at, have we achieved our objectives? And issues like social exclusion, although everybody talks about no one left behind as being very important, there are many cases where that is not really addressed. You don't really know who is being left out, particularly in this very dynamic new situation where there's huge numbers of migrants who are often undocumented. You could have, in a particular region, millions of people that you don't have documentation that they're even there. So it may be there are some very positive or some negative consequences which you aren't even able to capture because the people are not documented. So I think just having a more rigorous framework of what you're trying to do and a broader complexity approach to understanding whether you've done it, I think is critical. Now, you don't have to just sit and wait until you have all of this data, but I think we need to be aware that we probably are making a lot of our analysis based upon relatively limited data, not because nobody cares, but because it's very challenging. And Rachel was explaining how much work they put into developing their index. So I think that would be a thinking, not claiming we really understand what is happening completely.
Thank you, Michael. And now we have, this kind of discussion can be ongoing forever. We can spend online. And 제가 기억나는 게 AD effectiveness를 부산 2011년 회의 때 그 OECD 당에서 논의하면서 development effectiveness, 개발 효과성으로 넘어가는 과정 속에서 다시 AID에 관한 얘기를 저희가 많이 했었습니다. 그러니까 beyond AID를 넘어가자. 그때 이제 그 공여기관들 중에서도 상당한 반대가 있었습니다. 특히 영국이나 몇몇 나라들이 AID effectiveness라는 원칙이 지금 우리가 가지고 있는 그나마 국제기범 속에서 가장 유용한 툴인데 그걸 버리고 좀 모호한 디벨로먼트 이펙티브니스로 가는 거에 대한 반대 의견이 많았는데 에이드 이펙티브니스가 갖고 있는 다양한 문제점에 대한 동의가 커서 넘어갔고, 이러한 논의가 지금 10년 뒤에는 에이드란 범위를 넘어서서 상생의 범위로까지 지금 확대돼서 진행되고 있는 것으로 보입니다. 좋은 질문들을 너무 많이 해주셨는데요. 이거를 하나하나 다 물어보긴 어렵고 제가 좀 몇 가지 질문을 주제별로 묶어서 발표자 선생님들한테 여쭤보고 얘기를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 어느 선생님부터 하면 좋을지 가장 동의가 많은 우리 레이첼부터 제가 질문을 하겠습니다. Rachel, let me ask you first from the floor to translate. Many people are interested in the public spiritedness. First one, what is this? Could you explain it a little bit more in detail first? And second, they want to know the terms of public. That means how the ODA's interest can be aligned to the citizens, not just the government or the private sector. When you're talking about public, how the citizens and civil society can be related to that. That's mainly the questions they are asking you. The third one is why do you think less generous donors are less principled? That's your rationale for explaining that phenomena. Could you do it first? Yeah.
Sure. So the first question then is what is the public spirited dimension, public spiritedness? Yeah. So this is, a combination of 4 indicators. So I believe there's one on aid tying, where we look at the traditional aid tying measure, but also the share of aid that donors provide to domestic contractors versus to international contractors. We look at the correlation between aid spending and UN voting patterns. So this is really an indicator from the traditional aid allocation literature. We look at a correlation between dyadic aid flows and arms exports. So are donors sending arms to the same countries that they're trying to help? And we look at the share of ODA that's allocated as country programmable aid plus kind of humanitarian assistance. So how much of it is actually getting to the ground? So that's kind of what the public spiritedness dimension is. And for us, this was really a way of trying to embody the core kind of self-interested category of motivations in the way that it's typically portrayed in the aid allocation literature. So I hope that gives you a clearer sense. On the how citizens and CSOs, I guess, can relate to the public spiritedness dimension, I mean, I guess from me and from our perspective and recognizing that ODI is an NGO, it's you guys, it's the CSOs, it's the NGO community that's really the ones best placed to perhaps hold your governments to account to the degree that they're actually pursuing a public spirited approach to aid allocation. It's not for us. I mean, we're just a think tank sitting in London, so we can produce this material, but how it's actually implemented and the effect that it has in practice is about you guys screaming it from the rooftops that you want your aid allocated in a way that supports core development outcomes. So that would be my take on that. Sorry, and then the last question then was, oh goodness, why do less generous donors perform more poorly on the index? I mean, look, there are a lot of exceptions to this. So that was just a general correlation, but I mean, I think Ireland is one of the top 10, and I think they still have a relatively small share. Canada as well, we don't give more than 0.3%, and can still do well on the index. So it's not necessary that you have to provide 0.7% to score well on the index, and we've taken great pains to ensure that the indicators are measured in relative terms. So it shouldn't matter how big your aid budget is. You should still be able to get towards the top. I don't have a great answer for you. I think who you see at the bottom of the index tends to be some of the smaller, newer Eastern European donors or EEA donors. So it might just be that their development programs are still growing. They're still learning. They're still developing capacity and whatnot. But I mean, beyond that, I don't want to speculate too much.
Thank you, Rachel. Now let me ask John about many people asking about the private sectors in the Australia and the New Zealand. They say why the private sectors, the private sector contractors are very often used in the new region. And 2 questions. What is driving this trend? Number 2, how can you convince donors to stop this road? That's the kind of very direct question to you.
And very good questions too, I might say. What's driving the trend towards private contractors? I think it's important to acknowledge that for donor agencies, there are some good reasons to use private contractors. You can, in a sense, contract out a degree of the risk of failure to an agency. You can keep that at arm's length. You can contract out the higher overhead costs of administering projects. I remember from a number of years ago dealing with the New Zealand Aid Agency, and at one point it just said, we can't manage anymore because all we're doing is running around trying to manage projects. We're not thinking at the higher policy level. So there are reasons why donor agencies like the subcontracting model. But I think, as the questioner pointed out, they do put an additional layer. They are more expensive. That farming out of risk comes at a cost. The farming out of administrative costs does come at a cost to the donor. So it's not by any means an automatically more effective means. And another factor, of course, that's driving the trend is that it sits in line with the benefits flowing back to donor economies, that the contracting agencies sit within donor economies and a high proportion of their income is spent within donor economies. I think the second part of the question, how can we convince donors to stop this route? I think maybe it comes back to convincing donors about the principles of aid. Why is ODA given? What is the purpose of it? It is the public spiritedness and so on, core principles. And I think if we embed those core principles within the donor agencies, then perhaps decisions about the use of private contractors may be constructed rather differently.
Thank you for your answer, and I'll get back to you when I finish with the Dr. Bamberger. And Bamberger, many people asking about the evaluation system in Korea, yeah, especially in the ODA agency level. We are doing many evaluation projects. Then, do you have any advice, or do you have any idea how we can streamline the evaluation process, or making it more like a tangibly, the manageable? And because we think the evaluation here is too complicated, the process is too complicated, or too much resources are input to evaluation. Do you have any suggestion or idea on the Korean situation, even though you have not experienced it yet? Yeah, please.
Thank you. This is a very challenging set of questions. I'd like to begin just by thinking about how do we assess what is an appropriate amount of money to spend on evaluation. If you're constructing a road, you do a cost-benefit analysis and you say the road is going to cost $10 million, but we estimate that it will generate $12 million of benefit, so it's justified. When people talk about evaluation, they just say $500,000 was spent on evaluation, this is too much, without any kind of criteria of how you would think what it should be. And I sometimes give the example, if you build a bridge and you hire a consultant to make sure that the bridge is well built, it's not going to fall down, nobody ever said, why did we spend money on consultants? It's a waste of time. So you need to have a framework for thinking about evaluation. And one way of thinking about it, there's many donor agencies, and I'm not thinking about Korea, but they have a pet project. A lot of agencies believe that microcredit is very successful. Others believe that minor irrigation works are very successful. And there have been countries where there have been 4 or 5 projects, one after the other, with no serious evaluation. And you could make a case for saying a lot of these projects haven't achieved their objectives. So if you had $500 million have been spent over a series of projects without knowing whether it's had any effect or whether it's reached the poorest people, maybe it just reached the bigger farmers, you might think it would be justified to spend quite a lot of money on an evaluation. If you decided to stop the project after the second one because it wasn't achieving any benefits, it might be justified to spend quite a lot of money on the evaluation. Now, that doesn't mean you can just spend as much as you want, but the discussion about how you think about evaluation costs tends to be very general, and people just saying this was too much. So just having a framework of what are the benefits. For example, you could say that with small new pilot projects, there could be cases where the evaluation could cost more than the project. If it's a completely new field and you want to know whether this works. But if you have an established program, then the cost of the evaluation is going to be very much less. So again, there isn't one standard figure which you should spend. One of the challenges which was mentioned in this question is, can you save money by having all of the donors collaborating on having a standard set of evaluations? In theory, this works very well. In practice, it's been quite challenging that different agencies have slightly different objectives, I was working in Bangladesh. It took 6 months before you could organize a supervision mission because there were 5 different agencies and none of them could agree on the date. So there's lots of challenges when you try to integrate evaluations. The SDGs are an example where the idea is that all of the agencies will get together to evaluate a particular SDG in a particular country. What has tended to happen from what I've seen is that if there's a lot of agencies involved, there's no coordination, and each agency says, why don't we put in 3 more questions, why don't we have some more indicators? And so you can get a tremendous burden on many countries to collect huge amounts of indicators which nobody's really thought whether they're very useful. Now, there's a lot of benefit of potentially trying to bring together all of your evaluations, but if you have one donor working on one evaluation, there's very clear criteria of how you think whether you need this question or not. When you have a lot of agencies, there's nobody decides, do you really need this question? So it's a challenge to think how you can reduce cost by coordination. I think the final point, many organizations have a standard evaluation protocol which they use for all of their projects. It may well be that for a lot of projects, for example, in the transport sector, you may select every 5th project and do a more intensive evaluation, but the others, if it's using a similar kind of model, you may be able to do something cheaper. So if you really think through what are the questions which you're trying to address, you may be able to significantly reduce the cost of the evaluation. So those are a few thoughts, but one of the concerns I always have when Parliament is saying, how can we reduce the cost of aid? Why don't we cut down evaluation? So just having a framework for really thinking why you need evaluations, how you think how much it should cost, I think is something which we haven't really thought as much about as we have a lot of other aspects of international aid. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. And let me continue one more question with you on some people raised concern about using big data on the recipient country. You need a new technology in evaluating the complex situation, and there's a new trend on it. But they think those data is the property of the recipient countries. Sometimes they can breach their national security. So is there any kind of a donor-recipient arrangement or the legal protection in terms of evaluations perspective? Do you have any idea? They're asking you those questions.
Thank you. Big data has a great deal of potential. There's also a very large downside, what some people call the dark side of big data. One example is the security breaches. Another which is becoming a major concern certainly in the US is automated decision making, where, for example, many universities now, for selecting students, they have an algorithm which no human is involved in the selection process, and universities are really happy. They save a tremendous amount of money because they cut down on the cost and time of the selection process. However, what many people don't realize is why they do this is that they eliminate low-income students. In the United States, the zip code where you live is very closely correlated with your economic status. So a lot of these algorithms, they build in zip code as one of the selection criteria. So you're saving a lot of money because you're eliminating all of the people that you really wanted to select, the poor and vulnerable groups. And nobody knows this because all of the algorithms are proprietary. The company which develops the algorithm, they won't tell you what are the indicators which go into the algorithm. Just one example, in the city of Cincinnati, 500,000 people were eliminated from the welfare rolls by mistake because of an algorithm that one of the criteria for receiving government assistance was collaboration with the public agencies. And in the forms, sometimes people would make a mistake. They would write their address in one way, in one part of the form. In another part of the form, they might make a slight mistake. And the algorithm classified this as failure to cooperate with the government. And 500,000 people were cut off the welfare rolls
just because of a mistake in the algorithm which nobody knew about because nobody knew what went into it. So there's a lot of downsides of big data. The issue of data security is a really big challenge. On the other hand, the huge downsides of the kinds of evaluation which we do at the moment, because one of the characteristics of evaluation is it's so expensive to collect data that you use as small a sample as you possibly can. So most evaluations, the sample size is too small to do the kinds of disaggregated analysis which you would like to use. So we can't just say that big data is bad because it has some downsides. We could say that current approaches to evaluation are very, very inadequate because they just don't collect enough data to really measure what you want to do. So there are trade-offs on both sides, and what you really need is evaluators to understand what big data is, how it's collected, what the limitations, what the strengths are, so that they can decide how to use big data. So at the moment, it's still a new field, and many evaluators are very reluctant to use big data. It wasn't taught in their evaluation courses. They're very suspicious. They say it doesn't use the methodologies they're used to. So there's this big gap still. Just the final point to demystify big data, there are now huge volumes of big data which are available virtually free. All of the satellite data is provided free by NASA, Google Maps, many other sources. So you can get very, very detailed 20-year longitudinal data on agricultural changes or changes in the transport network, no cost at all. You have to have a consultant who can analyze it, but the data is available free. All of the social media data, the Twitter, they provide very detailed analytical tools, so anybody can use this data free. So there's the phone data is available free in a lot of countries. So there is tremendous amounts of data which is potentially available free, because the image is that we couldn't use satellite data, it's so incredibly expensive. So this data is potentially available. You need people to understand what the dangers are, what the benefits are of using it. But I think it really is critical for evaluators to look at and understand big data and decide how they can use it. If they just decide not to use it, as I mentioned earlier, we could find 5 or 10 years from now that evaluation no longer exists as an independent profession. So it's a big challenge. There's no magical solution, but it's something we really need to focus on as an evaluation community.
Thank you. I'm used to be very strict on the time management, but he's my textbook teacher, so I cannot stop. But please understand this. We had a really excellent many questions, but regrettably, due to the time limit, I have only one question to John about about China and the retro liberalism. And if you can, could you include the case of Japan too? So how do you evaluate Japan and China in the perspective of retro liberalism? Or if you can, Korea can be added too. All right, please.
No, thank you, whoever asked this question, to get us to think about China and its what has been called aid in relation to the changes in which the established donors have operated over the last decade. And I think what's interesting is, and some of us have suggested, is that there's actually been a convergence between China, which has sometimes been seen on the outside, operating independently and so on, but a convergence between the way China's operated and what we've called the new retro-liberal approach. And that is in things like the use of loans, infrastructure, the open use of donor contractors to deliver aid, construction companies and so on, the overt self-interest being displayed and so on. And I think that's very interesting. In some ways, we might suggest that the retro-liberal shift in the West, if we can call it that, has happened perhaps in response to the perceived success of China and the way it has operated. But I think there's a key difference, and this came to me at a meeting a year or so ago in Samoa that had a large contingent of Chinese officials. And they said look, you're talking about Chinese aid. This is not aid. We don't call it aid, we call it development cooperation. So they're quite explicit in terms of the motivation for those types of engagement, quite explicit about, yes, there will be returns to China, but we see that as a good thing. Now, I actually, perhaps I'm being a bit controversial here, but I see that openness in a sense, or that explicit expression of development cooperation not being aid, as being perhaps more open, more frank, one might even say more honest, than an approach which wraps those sorts of practices up as aid, as ODA. So I think there's a bit of a challenge for donors to think about what is legitimate open forms of development cooperation and what is ODA. And again, it comes back to the theme perhaps of how I would like us to see us being tighter in terms of defining what is the objective of ODA. Quickly, in terms of Japan's role, again, historically, we can say Japan as an aid donor in the past was almost the precursor to the way China has operated. Japan historically has used a lot of tied aid, again loans to link back to the provision of inputs from Japanese providers and so on. So I think Japan has probably worked historically in that space quite a bit. It's worked largely within the ODA, OECD aid framework, but it has operated rather differently. I maybe hold off commenting too much about the Korean approach. I'm not competent to talk about that.
All right, thank you for your the excellent insight on the understanding now current trend of the ODA and development cooperation. I really appreciate your valuable input and insight, all your panelists, for your valuable time, and also thank you for the excellent questions to the panelists and the patience for staying with us until the end of this session. And I hope you enjoy your lunch and come back to the afternoon session safely. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I would like to thank all of our highly esteemed participants of Session 1. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to express our gratitude to Professor Son and honorable speakers. Once again, please give them a well-deserved applause. Now it's time to break for lunch. I would like to ask guests with invitation to the VIP luncheon, please move to Bellevue Suite on the 36th floor. Once again, guests with invitation to the VIP luncheon, please move to Bellevue Suite on the 36th floor. And for other participants, lunchbox will be served to each table. Please be seated. And for a vegetarian meal or any other special diet, kindly move to the entrance and receive it. For all participants, lunchbox will be served to each table, so please be seated. But for vegetarian meal or any other special diet, kindly move to the entrance and receive it. 컨퍼런스 참석자분들께는 자리로 무료 점심 식사 나누어 드릴 예정이오니 자리에 착석해서 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 채식 또는 기타 식단을 신청하신 분들께서만 출입문 앞으로 이동하셔서 점심 식사 수령해 주시면 되겠습니다. 컨퍼런스 참가자분들께는 자리로 무료 점심 식사를 나누어 드릴 예정이니 자리에 착석해서 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 채식 또는 기타 식단을 신청하신 분들께서만 출입문 앞으로 이동하셔서 점심 식사 수령해 주시면 되겠습니다.
테스트입니다. 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 마이크 테스트. 테스트입니다. 마이크 테스트.
phone a bit low. Put it a bit low. Yes, like this. Are you taking? Like take more. And you're even shaking. You're
Soy tan chiquita. Ay. Pero espérate. Ahí. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, 1, 2. Hey.
Clap. Thank you.
How is it? Thank you.
Yeah, no. That's right. Okay.
Okay.
بس بص على صورك كده حلوة ولا ايه؟ خلاص؟
이쪽이 나요? 이쪽이 나요? 여기 있을까? 여기 있을까? 여기? 네? 뭐라니? 아니 하나 더 찍어줘. 아 그냥 찍어주세요. 아 두 장에?
Okay. Thank you.
Check one. Okay.
찍어주세요. 자, 찍어주세요. 네, 찍어주세요. 네, 마이크 공중에 마이크를 잡을게. 그럼 이렇게 말하는 걸 해주세요.
We will soon begin the second session of the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference. I would like to ask everyone to be seated at the conference hall. Official language for today's conference is English. Throughout today's conference, the interpretation services are available in Korean and English. Interpretation devices are on each table. Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. Also, it would be greatly appreciated if you turn off mobile phones or turn them on silent mode. For question and answer session, please upload your questions online during each session. Kindly refer to the information sheet which you received during registration and upload your questions in English. We will soon begin the second session of the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference. I would like to ask everyone to be seated at the conference hall. I hope you all enjoyed pleasant lunch. We will now begin the second session of the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference. During session 2, discussions on co-prosperity mainstreamed ODA strategy by stakeholders will be carried out. For this session, Mr. Stefan Klingebiel, Director of UNDP Seoul Policy Center, will take the role as a moderator. Please welcome Mr. Klingebiel and speakers on the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break, and welcome to our session on how to implement ODA projects in co-prosperous way to achieve SDGs. It was already mentioned, my name is Stefan Klingebiel. I'm the director of UNDP's Policy Center here in Seoul. We are doing, of course, great work using Korean development experiences, so a topic which is very close to what we are discussing here today, and we are also working on facilitating a dialogue, global dialogue on development cooperation. I think the topic of the whole conference is really very timely, and maybe just to bridge from lunch to what our panelists are going to talk about, let me just share a few initial thoughts with you, just to break the ice. And I have 4 of them. My first thought is that the debate on interest and strategic interest in development cooperation is a very traditional one. Actually, the beginning of modern development cooperation after World War II was motivated not at least by strategic interest. However, and I think this is really important, in my view, today's debate on co-prosperity is quite different, and this is why this conference is so timely. My second point, and why it is different, I'm going to explain it at least in my view. My second point is why is it different today? I think the whole context for development cooperation was all the time, over the last couple of decades, always very dynamic. At the same time, just looking at the last 10 to 15 years, the way in which development cooperation is operating is really a system where high speed is present all the time. And in my view, I would always distinguish between 2 main dimensions. One dimension is that the context of development cooperation, so outside of the development cooperation system, that this context is really very dynamic. Just to give you few examples in this regard, you might know the scholar Amityav Akaya, who is talking about multiplex world, which is trying to address the rising power dimension, but also the increasing complexity of global challenges. This is one context which is really very important. At the same time, we have a couple of observers highlighting the aspect that we have today less global collective action. And the last aspect in this regard, mega trends, which are affecting also development cooperation, frontier technologies, digitalization, migration, big topics, challenges, to some extent problems, affecting many areas, including development cooperation. We have a similar situation when it comes to the aid system itself, which is also very dynamic in many regards. Just a few examples in this regard. South-South cooperation as a different approach to development cooperation, that rising powers are providing South-South cooperation, and of course there's also an impact, consequences on OECD ODA providers. We have in total more actors in the development landscape today, and maybe just to mention a last aspect, graduation of developing countries. Last year we saw that Chile and Uruguay are not any longer developing countries. Just looking at the very surprising history of this country, of course, graduation is something what is a main feature of Korea. My third point, and I will speed up a bit, is that this different context today is affecting our debate we are having today. Just to mention few aspects, or just one, South-South cooperation. I think one aspect of South-South cooperation is the aspect or the criteria of mutual benefits. And this is something what is picked up by many OECD countries nowadays. So we have this kind of clear link. My fourth and last point is that, let's say, the traditional binary view on donor interests. So we have development objectives on the one hand, so how to contribute to development of developing countries, and on the other hand, donor interest, self-interest, strategic interest, that this was mainly the main way how to frame the whole debate. To some extent it's still true, but I think one main difference nowadays is that we have one additional aspect, and I think it was already touched upon this morning, and I would label it with global public goods. So global public goods is between, let's say, development objectives of specific developing countries and objectives or interests of donors. So climate change, global health, peace and security. Of course, this is something where we see a joint interest of all actors active in development cooperation. So this is just to highlight that I think the context we are discussing today, co-prosperity, is really highly relevant, highly inspiring, and I'm really looking forward to 4 great contributions by our panelists. I have some nice instruments here on stage. One is this nice clock, 15 minutes maximum, and I think one of my main roles will be to make sure that all 4 panelists will respect this time frame. But before I get to this point, let me just briefly introduce our 4 distinguished panelists. So first of all, we have Tamsreen Barton. She is Chief Commissioner of the Independent Commission for Aid Impact in the United Kingdom. We have Yen Hai. She is Deputy General Director in the Ministry for Foreign Economic Relations Department at the Ministry of Planning and Investment in Vietnam. We have Ines Vaivare. She's Director of the Latvian Platform for Development Cooperation. And we have Director General O. She's in charge of the Development Cooperation Bureau in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs here in the Republic of Korea. I think this list makes clear that we get 4 different perspectives. One is an overview on what kind of state-of-the-art discussion do we have when it comes to co-prosperity and similar discussions. This is something what I would like to hear at the beginning. We are going to have the perspective of a recipient country. What is the view of Vietnam? How is this kind of debate affecting the benefit of development cooperation in the case of your country? We have a civil society perspective here on stage. This is also very important because I think a number of crucial aspects might be raised also from civil societies, and I think to have Korea's view and experiences with regard to the co-prosperity, this concept is also very crucial. So I'm really very happy to have those four distinguished panelists here. So let's turn to the first panelist. It's your turn. 15 minutes, please.
Well, good afternoon, distinguished audience. And thank you so much, President Lee and our hosts, for inviting me here today. It's extremely timely for me, and I'll explain why shortly. But first, because it's after lunch, I want a little bit of audience participation. So I want you, please, if I start speaking too quickly, then please slow me down, show this gesture. If I'm speaking too fast, you're getting bored, then go like this. That will encourage me. Thank you. So first, I think I need to introduce myself. As you see, I am the UK's aid watchdog. And my name is Tamsin Barton, and I'm called the Chief Commissioner. And as you will see, the watchdog may bark or it may bite sometimes. That's to be watched for if you belong to the UK government. So let me explain a little bit about how the UK came to have a watchdog. The Independent Commission on Aid Impact, or ICAI is what we call it, was established in 2011. And the reason was, that was the time when the UK decided to commit 0.7% of its gross national income for aid. And as part of the law, the legislation that established that commitment, it said there needed to be an independent body, a watchdog, if you like, to scrutinize that expenditure, because it's a very considerable amount. Actually, now it amounts to around $17.5 billion per year, because the UK economy has continued to grow. So it's very important, with so much money, that the taxpayers in the UK should know that the money is being spent effectively, there's value for money, and that it reaches those who need it most. That is also part of our remit. How do we do that? And how do we stay independent from government, who gives us our budget? Well, we report to Parliament, to the Select Committee, which is cross-party, so that gives us our independence. And we do it through published reviews, primarily, contributions to parliamentary reviews. And through that, we hold government ministers and officials to account for how the money is spent. And as it happens, the reason it's such a timely conference for me is because we are working specifically on a very short review, an information note, on the topic of what I should call here co-prosperity, but in the UK is called mutual prosperity. So the familiar sight to you all of the SDGs is so familiar here in Korea that when you take a photograph and you want people to smile, we have to say SDGs instead of cheese, which is something I learned here and I will take back home with me. So as you all, we in ICAI have adopted the SDGs in the third phase of our commission. So it was set up in 2011. Every 4 years, change all the commissioners so we don't become captured by vested interests and stop barking and biting, as we should. And so in our new guise, we're setting out, aiming that our reviews should cover as broadly as we can the range of the SDGs. However, our new phase starts in what I have to admit is a degree of turbulence. And if you look at this picture, you can see probably what is the first thing now that you all think of if you think about the UK. So that is Parliament. And in front of it, you see the demonstrators who take different views on whether the UK should or should not leave the European Union, which has been an argument now since the referendum and the vote taken in 2016, which is polarizing British society and politics. So this is a daily reality for me. Our office is, within spitting distance of Parliament. We step out onto Whitehall, and in fact our work is disturbed regularly by the noise of the demonstrations, so we can't forget it. But it's also something which affects our work. And the reason for that is, in the context of the referendum and this polarization, development assistance has become much more controversial than it used to be. And there's a specific point about Brexit in relation to co-prosperity I will return to. But first, let me just go back a bit and look at recent trends in the UK's ODA strategy. So even before 2016, in 2014, that was the point where the UK first met this 0.7 target. That was a milestone, to spend 0.7. And that happened despite quite a lot of hostility in many quarters from some parts of the press and generally the more right wing of the political spectrum. It was in 2015 when there was a new government, and prior to that there'd been a coalition between the centre and the right, and then it became a conservative, more right-wing government, and they produced a new strategy for aid, and it was called UK Aid, Tackling Global Challenges in the National Interest. So this was really the context for the co-prosperity or mutual prosperity agenda. So what do they mean by mutual prosperity in the UK? Well, if you listen to the ministers, what they talk about is the intention to generate economic and commercial benefits, both for recipient countries and for the UK. So, for example, in 2018, there was the National Security Council review. Now that's the oversight body, to the extent there is one for aid. They talk about enhancing mutual prosperity by building the foundations for UK trade and commercial opportunities in horizon markets. The former Prime Minister, Theresa May, made a speech in Cape Town in which she particularly stressed the importance of stronger commercial relationships with Africa and the link to the aid cooperation context. And although we've seen quite fast turnover of ministers in this Brexit context, actually there's been continuity when it comes to this focus on mutual prosperity or co-prosperity. And sometimes it's particularly linked to Brexit. So after the UK leaves the EU, it's going to need trade agreements with a number of countries, so there's much more focus on establishing those trade relationships. So Penny Mordaunt, when she was the minister, talked about bold new Brexit-ready propositions to boost trade and investment with developing countries. She talked about this as a win-win agenda, noting global Britain wants mutual prosperity based on British values. And this year, the latest, 2 ministers on, Alok Sharma, led his first overseas trip also to Africa, which is the particular regional focus in the UK. And there he said, UK aid is helping to generate trade and investment opportunities both for African and British businesses. So what is news about this? This is all very familiar to you all. Many of you here have seen it this way for a long time. Well, it's news in the UK because of our history in relation to aid. And if there's one single project that made a huge difference to British aid, it's a project called the Pergau Dam, which was in Malaysia. And I don't know to what extent you heard about it, but this was part of the aid and trade provision. It was tied aid. The predecessor of DFID, which you may have heard of, the ODA, said that it was an uneconomic project, and as a result of the inquiries of the National Audit Office and Parliament, so basically it would have been ICAI had we been there, it came out that there was a secret arms deal linked to the dam. So this really caused a lot of reputational damage to the UK. That happened in 1994. And that was the background to the big changes that happened from 1997 onwards, when a different government came in from the Labour Party, which in 2000 ended tied aid and enacted in 2002 a new act, the International Development Act, which stipulated that UK aid must be likely to contribute to reduction in poverty. And that is a crucial context for all the debates and decisions about what happens under mutual prosperity. So in that context of Pergao and what happened afterwards, it was very much the focus on trade-offs rather than win-wins. So what's happened as a result of this policy? First of all, the UK has established something called the Prosperity Fund, where for the first time there is scoring of benefits to the UK, not just developing countries, and it would be evaluated as such. The UK has been quite vocal about changing the OECD DAC rules, particularly in the context of private sector investment. DFID, which now spends much less, only about 3/4 of the budget, has doubled its economic development spending and is being pressured to engage more in cross-government working, including working for UK commercial ends. So all of this has led to concerns. You heard some of them in the session this morning, but concerns particularly in the UK I'm talking about here, in Parliament, our committee, and civil society organisations. What are they worried about? They are worried about the risks of diluting that focus on poverty reduction. They're worried about risks of poor value for money, as we saw with the Pergao example. And although the UK says it is still 100% untied aid, there's a worry that this is starting to fray at the edges a bit. So in ICAI's review of some of the UK's research programs, they look pretty like tied aid to us. So we are carefully watching what happens with companies. And with this Brexit context, this is probably only likely to increase. So, in response to the concerns, that's why we are working on a short review, which will be published, I hope, next month, depending on what happens with our Parliament. So what we're going to produce in that notice is factual information on the key trends and the risks that warrant future scrutiny. And we're going to look very carefully at these ways in which UK aid is now being used as we get access to the internal documents to gain secondary benefits for the UK. And we want to see if that's changing the country or sector allocation, changing the delivery channels or the aid instruments. We want to ensure that it doesn't compromise poverty reduction, value for money, and aid reaching those who need it most. And we're going to be looking at the rules and systems and processes for ensuring that. So, when I was invited here, it was perfect. Perfect for me. We always, when we're doing our reviews, we want to try and make sure, if we say the UK is doing quite well on this, or the UK is doing quite badly on this, compared to what? We need to have a sense of what others are doing, what other donors are doing. And this is an unparalleled opportunity for me. I've already learned a huge amount this morning about the understanding here on co-prosperity and how it's seen in other countries. What I'm interested to hear from you outside the UK is, has this win-win aim always been there? My feeling is maybe the UK is just moving in a direction that other people have been in for a long time. Is it, as was suggested possibly this morning by John Overton, is it actually a more honest type of cooperation? You know, in the past, was the UK not being honest? Does it really respond to what recipient countries are asking for? And of course, it's complicated to say who it is in a recipient country. Is it a more equal form of aid? And are there, in your experience, real trade-offs with poverty reduction? Well, I know I'm going to learn a lot from my fellow panelists. I know I'll get all perspectives, so I'm ready to learn. Meanwhile, I just want to take the chance to plug our report, so hopefully it will appear in October. Do look out for the latest view on what the UK is doing in mutual prosperity. Meanwhile, thanks again for inviting me today.
Thank you so much, Tamsin. That was not just respecting the time, but really great thoughts you shared with us. Maybe just to highlight three of them. I mean, just the fact that UK, that you have this independent commission for aid impact, I think this is quite interesting. The second one, maybe it's not just about win-win, but also about trade-offs. I think that's interesting. And third takeaway, and I could continue, is you have a nice view on Parliament, but you are also affected by the whole Brexit debate. That's also very much on time here to inspire our discussion. I also saw already a number of great incoming questions, but you need to respond to those questions later on. Let's now turn to Yen Hai. Yen Hai, what are consequences of donor strategies aiming to take on board donor interests? How are recipient countries responding to those trends? So please share with us your views.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, President Lee, for inviting me to be here today. And for these sections that we're talking about the ODA and coast prosperity, and from the recipient country, I would like to take this opportunity to share with you that is how the view from recipient country to the ODA, and what the country can respond to the changes from the strategy and policy from the donor side. So when we're talking about that the issue that we consider that the both expected impact and unexpected impact, and from recipient country, we see that the ODA, both sides, for the positive impact that the ODA resources is important. It support to the country to implement the strategy for socio-economic development, and for addressing that the some social issue like the poverty, alleviation, climate change, and now in this the upcoming year that the SDG, so the ODA is also this support to the country to implement the action plan for the SDG at the own level. The second impact we see that the ODA is that to facilitate the policy reform. In the developing country, that the some way that the policy, the institutions, legal framework is still that the need to be improved, and through that the ODA, so we, the country, recipient country, can receive the advice and have a chance to improve the legal framework, that the institutional and also that the administration reform. The third one is that we see that the ODA can support and promote the international trade. Why? Because through that the ODA, the capacity for the country in terms of that the negotiations, in terms of implementations, the FTA that we are now talking about, we see that a lot of FTA or that the new FTAs. So through that the ODA, the trade volume among the country can be increased. The following ones that the ODA can indirectly attract the FDI to the country. So we see that the infrastructure project, the policy, the laws and framework be built through the ODA. So this can encourage that the investor, foreign investor, to come and increase and deepen their business operation in the country. The final one, last but not least, that through that ODA, we see that it's very good channels to enhance the friendship and the culture exchange among the country. What about that the unexpected impact? The ODA might bring to the country the potential risks. Through that the ODA program or that the project might be that the happen when that it transfer the backward or inappropriate technology from the developed country to the developing country. And for the ODA, especially for the loan project, with the more tight term and condition, the requirement in terms of the origins of the products, consultancy, so might lead to that the ODA project is costly. And for the other potential risks could be that the limitations from the local contractor, local participation, limited receiver from the receiver contractor. So, and during the implementation of the ODA project, it may lead to the required to change the policy. For example, that the difference between the land resettlement policy from the donor and from the recipient country, it also may lead to the requirement to change. And that, however, the ODA is important because the possible, the potential risks may be not happen when that it could make it that the collaborations from both side, donor and recipient country. And what is the solution for the promoting co-prosperity? When talking about the changes, the world change time to time. From the donor side, as UK College, it said that the change in terms of the policy, in terms of the strategy for providing ODA. But from the country, recipient country, it also have some internal changes in terms of the social, in terms of the requirement for the development. And some country, like from developing country, when they shift from this category to the MIC category, so the ODA flow to the country also change. So what the recipient country need to do to respond to the strategy, to the change of the strategy from donor side? First, that for each country, during the implementation, during the development of the social economic development strategy, it needs to have the consultation with the factor on that, and especially with the participation from donor, the input from donor, from the development partner. So the second one is that the SDG. SDG is now with the 60 goal and more than 150 target. So how for the country, it needs to mainstream the SDG into the long-term social economic development strategy and the plans. As the ODA is still very important, so the country need to develop the ODA mobilizations and utilization framework in consultation with donors. For each donor, based on that the content of the ODA resources, jointly to develop the long-term or mid-term the cooperation program in which they specify the sector priority. And of course, from the internal country, from the internal side, is need to harmonize the local procedures with the donor procedures. So upcoming in that situation, with the very development of the IT revolutions of the industrial revolution 4.0, so the priority is need to be given for the technology transfer and human resource development. So that's the some brief on the with the recipient country can see the ODA and the impact of the ODA to the country. And what about Vietnam? Taking this opportunity, I would like to share with you our information on the ODA to the development of Vietnam. Vietnam received the ODA officially since the 1993, and more than 20 years. We have the relation with the more than 50 multilateral and bilateral donors. Thanks for the ODA resources. So we success in the implementation of socio-economic development plan, and we also success in the implementation of MDG. With such the ODA support, so since 2010, from the developing country, we are now reached at the MIC status. So with MIC, even the low MIC country, the Vietnam still faced with the difficulty and challenge for our development. We still need the assistance and support from donor, from developing country to Vietnam. When we confirm that the internal resources, I mean the state budget, is the decisive role for development, and ODA is still that the taking like the unique roles for driving. So how about the Vietnam to respond to the changes and requirements from the country? We do the annual policy dialogue between the government and development partner. For today, we, at the same time, in the morning in Vietnam, our Prime Minister chaired the forum on the Vietnam Forum, Vietnam Partnership Reform Forum. And with that, the theme is about the aspirations of prosperity, priority, and action. It means that the government is and donor change and reform our dialogue. Since that for the past, we consider annually CG consultative group meeting is that the donor come and pledge to Vietnam. And now it's moved to the forum and more focus on the policy dialogue. So what about with the ODA? As the ODA still take a very important role for Vietnam in the upcoming year. So we, the government, in concern with the development partner to develop our framework for ODA mobilizations and utilizations. During the process for development of the SEDP, we call SEDP and SEDS, that the Social Economic Development Plan for 10 years and 5 years. So we remain to concern with donors and also the academia. The government also set out some principle for ODA to Vietnam in the upcoming year. We prioritize in that the ODA resources, grant, loan, and concessional loan, and give priority to use for each resources in line with the government priority and government needs. So some principle for the ODA is that to maintain and to continue support the country, SEDS and SEDP, as well as the VSDG, sorry. VSDG is that the Vietnam localized SDG into Vietnam action plan and put it into the SEDP process. The second principle is that to sustain achievement so far is the poverty, alleviations, and the next is that to align with country priority. As we see now as MIC country, MIC status, so we also put it that the priority and share with our development partner to join and to select our focus on that the sector and project that contribute to the development of Vietnam. Technology transfer and human resource development is that the given priority, high priority. And the new model for ODA is that public-private partnership. We consider and we use ODA as like the seeking that the seed money for the PPP model in an appropriate way. And what about the Vietnam and Korea Development Cooperation? Vietnam is the top receiver ODA from Korea, and taking this opportunity, I would like to thank the Korean government, Korean people that to accompany Vietnam for the development so far. So for the development cooperation with Korea, from Vietnam, we work with the Korean partner, KOICA, EDCF, KXIM, and other partner ministry to follow with the country partnership strategy, CPS. So the CPS, current one is 2016 to 2020, is really based on the Vietnam Social Economic Development Plan for 2016 to 2020. As we have the very close and concern with each other, give priority for the sector. So currently, with the CPS, on that the sector that the priority for Vietnam, that's infrastructure, water, sanitation, education, and governance is very in line with our need and our priority. And for the upcoming year, when the Korean government is prepared to start to review the current CPS and prepare for the next CPS, MPI, my ministry, and the other ministry, we are willing to work, and we do believe that the next CPS is really support Vietnam to continue to develop. And we do think that through that the CPS, the cost prosperity will be achieved by our discussion and collaboration. Thank you for your attendance.
Thank you so much, Yen Hai. I think that was really important. I mean, just the fact that you and your government, that you have a very clear strategy how to use ODA, I think this is really very important. You presented to us your concept about expected impact and unexpected or unintended impact. I found it really fascinating that you have solutions for co-prosperity, including this kind of long-term thinking, mainstreaming SDGs, and in my translation, use of national systems. That's really interesting. My last point, it's rather a question for later on. Are you successful in convincing development partners, donors, that they are following your principles? But this is for later on. So thank you for this. Let's turn to Ines Valvare. Ines Valvare, how do civil society organizations look at the concept of co-prosperity, and what is the role of civil society organizations in this context? So please go ahead.
Thank you. Distinguished participants of the conference, let me express my deep gratitude for inviting me to this conference and to speak in such prominent event and voice the civil society. Last year, my country, Latvia, celebrated 100 years of anniversary. Before Soviet occupation, we were 10th successful economy in Europe, but when we regained our independence in 1991, we were recipients of the aid. After joining European Union and NATO in 2004, Latvia has become fast-growing economy and donor country itself. We joined OECD in 2016, and in the report by United Nations Secretary General, Latvia was mentioned as one of the best practices for implementation of SDGs. All this sounds very amazing, but how do these changes in indicators who are growing affect their civil society? Let me talk today not so much as a representative of my country, but as a representative of civil society, as a person who is observing civil society development already for 20 years. I thought that I might be quite provocative in this conference, but John paved me the way, so actually I will pick up a few of his questions in my presentation. So I would say that my presentation I could call Maturity to Own, and I would put forward 3 questions. Who owns the development? Who owns prosperity? And who owns the social capital? And I hope you will enjoy also the pictures from the little town I live in. So the first question is, who owns the development? As donors, we really love to showcase our best practices, but as we have heard today and also from the colleague before from Vietnam, there are many issues we need to consider, and there are 2 sides of the coin, as we say. So my question is, do recipient countries own their own development actually? What we can see nowadays, there are a lot of challenges. We say that industrialization and urbanization is natural characteristics of development, but at the same time, what is the impact on local farmers, for example? In my country, local farmers have less and less resources for development, and they have to fight for their own rights in our European Union Common Agriculture Policy, where big farmers take the lead. Destroying local cultures. When we speak in my country about SDGs, what we lack is a culture. SDGs don't have cultural dimension, if we are very honest to that. But culture is our history, which brings us forward and helps us actually to survive in many development issues. Community-based solutions. Community is the force which brings people together and moves them forward for very, very local development. But what we can see is that these community solutions are not competitive with big powers. We see that we say, let's promote community-based financing, for example, but can it compete really with the banking sector? I think no. High income inequality, it has been mentioned actually already before as the influencer of low social innovations. And it's really true. And if you read the researches of Oxfam, we can see that it's less and less rich people who own more and more. So this means that income inequality is globally growing a lot. Global tax and global financing. You know, when I started to dig in these issues some 4 years ago, I was amazed. I really suggest for you also try to read more on these issues. And it is really amazing how big corporations are owning the development. And it's not just the question of national states who are leading the development, it's multinationals in very many cases. Growing challenges of democracy, peace, and justice around the world in every country. The next question I would like to put forward is, who are the partners? So, how we define true partnership for mutual gain? Are there any conditions we set for developing countries? And what we can see and what we heard a lot also in the morning session, it's a question of national interests. And I would even go beyond. It's not a strategy, it's selling the national interests and foreign policies for their own citizens. And unfortunately, also in my country, when we need to prove the budget for ODA, we need to talk about national interests. And it's very much linked with economical interests of my country. Migration of goods and finances for own wealth. We are happy to have different agreements, and we are happy that our own products and sometimes services migrate and finances. But what about migration of people? We are building walls nowadays, right? To protect and in a way with an idea to protect, but actually to influence in negative ways the migration of people. I think that it's really that we talk more about co-prosperity instead of solidarity, but solidarity is the real value and the real pure value of this development cooperation. And of course, economic gains instead of human rights. Also, my country cooperates with some countries which don't respect human rights. Therefore, the next question is, who are people in the light of prosperity, of course? Who are the NGOs who govern the resources? In my country, there's a very wide gap between sectoral NGOs. Some sectors who are having more resources, have more support from the several ministries, like Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Agriculture. They have a lot of resources to advocate. But some sectors, like social sector, has very low resources, and not all sectoral advocacy organizations are supported by government institutions. Recently, actually, I was in one award ceremonies where one of NGOs was awarded for their amazing work. And then they were asked, where did you get resources? And they said, you know, we did it on our own. And what we can see nowadays is that actually many organizations just don't apply for any projects because it's big administrative burden, and it's some kind of business of big and mature organizations. What it leads to is monopolization of opinions. What we can see is that those organizations who have more resources, they monopolize their opinions, they voice it stronger. Around the world, we can see attacks on advocacy CSOs, and this is very alarming, actually, and also on activists. And it's not just attacking physically, it's also blaming and shaming NGOs. And another aspect is low resources for advocacy. So what I think is that strong civil society in this world is not very comfortable. So let me show you the picture of the world, how it looks like. This is Civicus civic space monitoring. You know that we are talking a lot about shrinking civic space around the world. And this is a picture where you can see that there are very few countries in the world which has open civic space. A bit less narrowed, usually due to the recent political developments, and so many in yellow, orange, and red. Actually, the concept of prosperity influences a lot also the transformation of civil society itself. And here I would like to propose also some issues for further debates or your thoughts. I called actually these forms of survival social entrepreneurship, government service delivery, because many organizations, they just don't have any resources. So they partly become government agents or partly become business-like organizations. So I think that these borders between sectors now melt, actually. Different forms of participation, and we can see also big INGOs drafting new strategies, how they should work with civil society. We can see that a lot of people are ready to mobilize for their own interests, for short-time mobilization, for certain issues in their local communities, for example, but long-term participation in NGOs is felt already as a burden. And also superficial activism. So, the last point about transformation I would like to pick up is on digitalization. We have seen that actually big corporations own social capital. They move us to the directions what they would like us to go. And especially, for example, the latest scandals of Facebook. And I think that's very alarming. So this means that social capital doesn't belong to the civil society alone anymore. It's already governed in a way. So before I go to this slide, I would like just to raise a few points, what I was feeling in the reflection of the first panel about the changes in aid policies, and I would like to cover them as the role of the civil society. And I think the role of the civil society in this changing aid concept is very, very important. First, I think it is a driver for social innovations. We cannot have any social innovations without civil society. The second, it's a key pillar to support and defend democratic values and universal human rights. The third, civil society is a connector of different stakeholders, and this is what we can see in all countries, that civil society is the one who brings all stakeholders together. And also it's a platform for active engagement and mobilization. So these days also civil society is working to develop a new vision. The organization that I also represent, Forus, and it has to develop contemporary political narrative in these challenging times to reinforce the relevance and effectiveness of the sector. So the question I would like to finish with is there a life beyond SDGs? Because sometimes I catch myself that we all the time want to frame people. We want to frame them in policies, in indicators, in some targets and goals. But actually these people, what you see in pictures from SDG implementation in Latvia, are the ones who do their job anyway. They don't know maybe even sometimes about SDGs, but they do implement the SDGs themselves. You can see local advocacy activists, local farmers who are working for permaculture, local doctors, young scientists who has opened the Scientific Center for Children. You can see community activists planting the flowers in the colors of our national flag. And you can see Riga Tech Girls. This is special empowerment for women in IT sector, which is very much male-dominated these days. So I think SDG is about all of us, and it cannot be achieved without civil society. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Ines, and not at least for sharing beautiful pictures from your country. That was great. I found it very helpful that you raised those three basic questions. Basic questions are always helpful. Who owns development? Who are the partners? Who are the people? I think this is really basic and very important. And I think it's also good to have this kind of concrete potential trade-off between economic gains and human rights. This is also something what you were highlighting. Thank you for this. Let me turn to Director General O from MOFA. Director General, how does Korea's ODA strategy aimed at co-prosperity align with the implementation of the SDGs?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to share some of thoughts of mine as a development practitioner as well as the government official about the changing development landscape and the very issue that we are now tackling today. I'm quite honored to have a chance to speak at the leading, I always say it's the leading ODA platform of discourse on the development cooperation in Korea. And I'm doubly privileged to speak because I spoke last year on the peace, which is one of the three main pillars that supports the Korean ODA strategy of this current administration. And following that presentation, I have a chance, another chance to speak about the second pillar of the ODA policy of Korea. A couple of things I like about the development cooperation as a subject that I'm pursuing in in my career as a diplomat is because that the very cause of the ODA is about. But at the same time, the ODA never gets me bored. I remember that when the Korea joined the OECD DAC 9 years ago, I learned 5 principles of Paris declarations by heart and tried to memorize them and also spent a lot of time in understanding the OECD DAC guidelines and all the regulations and norms. And also spent a lot of time and exerted a lot of efforts to increase the sheer ODA volume. And but when I came back to this development community, I also have to learn again from the scratch about the new terminologies like a blended finance, PSI, and a TOST. So I think it's this is the beauty of the development cooperation in Korea. So today I like to share some of my thoughts on the three main points. The first of all, I'd like to share with you with my very humble understanding or the interpretation of the changing landscape. And maybe Professor John Bolton, because he, beautifully described the essence of the changes in the development landscape, that he can correct me if I'm wrong. And secondly, I will briefly touch upon the notion of prosperity, how we, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and KOICA and the government of Korea interpret the notion of the co-prosperity. And thirdly, and finally, I'd like to also share with you how that notion is integrated in the current Korea's ODA policy. So, we are, I started my career as a development practitioner from the 2010, when RK joined OECD DAC. And I already told you that we spent a lot of time on increasing our ODA volume. But everything has changed since 2015, when the SDGs were adopted at the National Assembly, UN National Assembly. And I think it's that they all, the very meaningful changes and the changing narrative of development cooperation started from that moment. So afterwards, we don't talk about much of the development effectiveness anymore. Rather, we talk about financing for development. And we also talk about the role of the private sector, and we talk about how we can induce or entice private sector into the development community. So first, the kind of first benchmark of the changing development landscape is the financing. Because the SDGs are very comprehensive goals. They cover every aspect of the human life, from economic and social development to environment. It takes huge amount of money. And it reportedly requires $4.5 million per year for the SDGs to be implemented. So there is a $2.5 trillion of the financing gap between the resources available and the finance required. But the ODA volume stands at only $140 billion, accounting for 3% of the financing required. So it naturally leads the discussion of the development community on how to finance SDGs and how to leverage private finance. So nowadays, the OECD DAC focuses its discussion on modernization of ODA, blended finance and innovative finance, and the new measurement of the ODA, and a new tool to gauge the overall flow of finance from developed to developing countries. So nowadays, it seems that ODA has played a very the fractional fraction of the entire finance discourse. And another phenomenon in the changing landscape is the role of the private sector. Many donor countries are currently walking away from the traditional pattern of development cooperation and strengthening partnership with the private sector. You can see that Norway set up the fund, which is to support economic growth, employment, and technology transfer in developing countries. And Netherlands also they established a couple of funds to support the technology-driven Dutch startup companies in healthcare and other sector areas. And also US is, of course, is not an exception. They are going to operate international development finance cooperation by the end of this year. And the main purpose is to catalyze market-based private sector development in developing countries. And the final and the third phenomenon in the development landscape is that we have diverse actors playing in the field of development cooperation. And one of the features is that the rise of many southern partner countries. This slide on the left-hand side is a snapshot of the UNDP's South-South cooperation work in 2018. And you can see the numerous flows of the cooperation between traditional donors and recipients, but as well as among the South Group countries. And the right-hand side, you can see that substantial activity of the triangular cooperation in Africa and Asia, in Latin America, which is called the South Group. So this tells us that nowadays the North-South divide is obsolete. And there's no kind of clear division between the donors or the recipients or the providers or the beneficiaries. So one-sided provision of support from so-called rich to poor countries is no longer valid. And this, I think, this diagram clearly shows that how diverse the actors in the development communities of today are. So in addition to the traditional donors, DAC members, and UN agencies, MDVs, and civil society is already a traditional donor. Now we have other emerging donors like the non-DAC members, and also the private sector, and private foundations and a lot of global funds. So this is the understanding of mine about the changing narrative of the development cooperation in current times. So maybe we can turn to the notion of the co-prosperity or the shared prosperity, which is the theme of the conference. Because I don't see any kind of a clear-cut definition of the shared prosperity written in documents. I interpret the World Bank, the version of the shared prosperity is maybe the good case to introduce to you. So the World Bank defines the shared prosperity with the two keywords, which are economic development and equity within and among countries. So it is very close to so-called inclusive development, which is very commonly used in a lot of documents. So extreme poverty has dramatically declined overall, and tens of millions of people have escaped from poverty every year since 1990. So in a sense, economic growth overall has been achieved, but the huge progress against poverty in Asia very starkly contrasts sharply with the much slow pace of poverty reduction in other regions. As you can see in the left side of the slide, so poverty rate is still extremely high, especially in the sub-Saharan Africa. And the right-hand slide shows that how the resources are shared among the family members, and you can see the female the poverty rate is always a bit higher than the male. And also, if you see that the age groups, then the children usually tend to have a disproportionately less access to resources and basic services. That's why they are entrapped in the poverty now. And the shared prosperity also appears in the 2020 Agenda for Sustainable Development. You can see the paragraph 3 in the introduction. It is when it appears in the para 3, it is associated with the economic growth. So shared prosperity is something of economic growth in its definition. But when it appears again in para 8, it tends to go beyond economic growth. So it talks about equal opportunity for realization of human potential together with a shared prosperity. So I can summarize, I can sense that with this description, in the era of the SDGs, shared prosperity can be understood in much broader terms. So not limited to economic growth in certain countries. It means mutual benefits that contribute to sustainable development for all of us. Because SDGs are targeted at all countries, including the donors and recipients. So it is not limited to economic growth, but includes gender equality, human rights, and democratic and peaceful society. Maybe each donor country now defines shared prosperity differently. Some define it in narrower context, and some define it much broader terms. So some define, in the name of the shared prosperity, they link the ODA directly with the notion of the national interest. So it's a kind of as a tool to advance the foreign policy orientations as well as economic gains. But some others define in much broader terms, then its definition of their shared prosperity is in very line with a global response to global challenges. I think most of the countries are maybe in between some of the very outright national interest and also very the kind of genuine global responsibilities. So if I may, I would conclude the notion of the shared prosperity is that the kind of a shared responsibility towards shared challenges, because we live in a world heavily challenged by climate change, increasing displacement and insecurity, and all other global interests. Thinking of these challenges, the world cannot become prosperous without tackling these issues collectively. So if the shared prosperity means mutual benefits that contribute both donors and recipients, if the shared prosperity includes not only economic growth, but also economic development, but also other development aspects, then I think it's the shared prosperity is the notion that we can embrace wholeheartedly and we can pursue vigorously. So how we now, Korea, introduce that notion of the shared prosperity in our ODA policy. I think it's Korea's development experiences as my Vice Foreign Minister already said, that our development experiences show that shared prosperity can be achieved through development cooperation. And so we believe in the role of the ODA in contributing to the shared prosperity. So this belief is integrated in our framework policy on ODA and other development cooperation initiatives and programs. The midterm strategy paper, which is the kind of overarching the policy paper of the Korean ODA, Korean Development Cooperation, clearly shows that we aim to contribute to co-prosperity of humanity and global peace. And SDGs are the overarching goals of the development cooperation, as you can see this diagram. This co-prosperity also included, embodied in our the new foreign policy, which is called New Southern Policy. We recently devised the ODA strategy for the New Southern Policy to realize that foreign policy on the ground. And that is one of the examples that we can show that co-prosperity is ingrained in our the ODA policy. As you know, that the main idea behind that NSP, the New Southern Policy, is to strengthen political and economic cooperation with the ASEAN countries by improving mutual understanding through exchanges of people and seeking co-prosperity. And co-prosperity is one of the three pillars that support New Southern Policy too. So aligned with this policy, the ODA strategy was devised, I already mentioned that to you. That was devised to double its grant aid to ASEAN countries by 2020. So this shows that in the vision and in the pillars of the work that we fully incorporated co-prosperity. So private sector, how we embrace the private sector, the role of the private sector in our development cooperation policies and also the operations. So nowadays, the private sector is playing more active role now in Korea too, and that I think demonstrates that how notion of co-prosperity is leveraging the role of the private sector. So we acknowledge the impact that the private sector can bring into the development community. So the KOICA has been operating a couple of programs that engage private sector. The first one is the IBS, which is another name of the PPP, public-private partnership, but it targets at more the mid and big-sized company, and gears towards the share value and share the social responsibilities. We try to engage the private sector into the development work. And the second program is called CTS. This is to engage startup companies of Korea. So the purpose of this program is to introduce the creativity of the private sector, ideas and creativity and energies into the development sector, and to support them to produce very high-tech, low-cost, very creative equipment or the appliances that can be easily adapted to the local context, developing countries, and can be of help to solve some of the development issues there. So you can see now we are at the very early stage of engaging the private sector. It's not kind of outright kind of the program, but it is. The KOICA is planning to expand these programs that engage the private sector. we have a colleague from the Vietnam today. I'm very glad that I can share this the picture with her now. And the reason I introduced this one to you is that how we can try to translate our commitment to co-prosperity onto the ground. This is the photo of the groundbreaking ceremony which took place in 2018 on the Vietnam-Korea Institute of Science and Technology. We spent several years of the preparation to get this project launched. And it is a joint project, partly financed by Korea through KOICA ODA project, and partly financed by the Vietnamese government. So this VKIST, so-called VKIST, is modeled on the KIST of Korea. Korea's the institution, technology institutions established in 2017. It played a crucial role to produce the products which can be, the technology produced, introduced technologies which can be directly translated into goods and products, so that it can help of the Korean industrialization. So the Vietnamese government wanted to have that kind of the institution in their science park, and to co-work with the Korean experts and academics. So it was now it will be finished by 2020, and it will be housed in the industrial complex that will host, I understand, a lot of companies, including the Vietnamese and Korean and all other multinational companies. So this is meaningful, not only because that the sheer size of the grant aid, but also we join hands with the Vietnamese government to build some future that we can live together, that we can thrive together. So this is the end of my presentation on the notion of the shared prosperity. And by closing, I prepared some of my remarks to share with you. I know that there is a criticism about the notion of the shared prosperity agenda, as my Vice Minister already touched upon. And there is also reluctance to accept this notion because it is suspected of being used as a tool to stimulate or to boost domestic private sector, domestic private companies of donor countries. But however, I think that Korea's case counters this criticism and clearly demonstrates that development cooperation can serve interests and benefits both donors as well as recipient countries. Especially in the area of the SDGs, challenges are so complex. As you, remember that we have 200 more the goals that we have to target, 18 goals and 200 more targets that we have to achieve. So they cannot be solved only through ODA. And only by the donors or only by recipient countries. They only can solved through partnership and multi-stakeholder approach. And it is more so when we are heavily challenged by a lot of global challenges, especially climate change and migration, displacement and insecurity and terrorism. So therefore, I don't think we should shy away from the notion of the prosperity. If, it is a big if, but it is a if. The co-prosperity means win-win for both donors and recipients. And also if it contributes to solving global issues. So what you need is the political will and the operational capability that enables the achievement of the shared prosperity. So Korea will continue its endeavors to promote sustainable development for the international community in partnership with also partner countries and also with other diverse development actors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Director General. I think that was really very important to get those insights, how MOFA is translating this kind of thinking in the context of the changing landscape. I think your discussion about a definition for shared or prosperity or co-prosperity, that was really important. The whole debate about how to bring in the private sector, really crucial, and also the application when it comes to specific strategies like the new Southern policy and different dimensions of ODA. So thank you so much for this. So we still have a couple of minutes, and let me start with 2 questions, and we do one-way quick round here. Quick means please choose just one question and respond within 20 seconds, something like this. My 2 questions are donors following guidance from partner countries when it comes to co-prosperity views? Exactly what the colleague from Vietnam was presenting. Are donors really following those principles, those guidance? The second option you can choose, quite often we have a debate that looking at discussions, domestic discussions in donor countries, we need to address mutual benefits, because at home we need to provide evidence that ODA is also benefiting what the population is asking for. Is this also something what you would include? Please, let's have a quick round, and we just start here. 20 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. I'll take the first one, if I may, which is about whether recipient countries are asking for this or not. And I think this goes back to the point made by the Latvian colleague. It really depends on who you are asking within the recipient country. So I guess according to the old aid effectiveness principles, it might be a combination of the Ministry of Finance and civil society, and you might get very different answers depending on what you asked. I think that recipient countries at the level of the Ministry of Finance were always asking for economic development, at the very least, and infrastructure. I'm not convinced they were asking for tied aid, though. Not quite 20 seconds, but hopefully short enough.
Okay. Thank you. Jen Hai.
From the recipient country, I think that the ODA resource is important, and also that make the benefit, mutual benefit for both the donor and recipient country. And of course, to show that the impact and to show that the ODA important and to contribute to the co-prosperity, both donor and recipient, is that we have to work and to do in the manner that the trust and that the partnership, and of course that based on that could be the goal, and that the objective from both that the donor and recipient country can be reached. And of course the other thing is that we are now in the integrations process, and that the commitment from each country to reach that the mutual benefit for not for the country itself, but for regional and for the global.
Thank you. Ines.
Thank you. I also agree with my UK colleagues that the question is who is asking. Are these people of donor country, or are these corporations behind very successful lobby organizations. And the blending instruments that were mentioned, they are asked actually very many times by banking sector. And other side of the coin that civil society is very critical about is that it is some kind of banking sector influence in reality. And from other side, from recipient country, it's also the question, do really civil society has a capacity to ask? You saw the map. I think that in very few countries, recipient governments are ready to empower their own people.
Thank you. Madame O.
I'm sorry, I try to get familiarized with this thing, the electronic thing, and I just missed your question.
Maybe we start with my question, and you can choose one.
Okay.
And my questions were, are donors following guidance coming from partner countries, from recipient countries, exactly what the colleague from Vietnam was presenting? So is Korea trying to deliver in this regard? And the second option would be, is there something like a pressure at home in donor countries that the population is expecting also those benefits for the economy at home?
Yes, there is of course, there is the kind of pressure I can feel from the public as well as from the other sectors of the government. I'm responsible for the securing the budget, especially the grant budget, and to try, level up the profile of the Korea. And it takes me a lot of time and energies to make them understand why we have to increase our contribution. And every time I was also asked by sometimes budget authorities and sometimes the public and the parliaments that why we have to, why do we spend our taxpayers' money on the others' business, not our business. So there is a pressure, of course, but sometimes so I turn to the notion of the national interest. Maybe it is helpful for our national economic interest, but there is always a temptation that I explained very outright way that yes, if we spend some amount of money overseas, that well, our private sector can benefit from it. But I try to explain them that the national interest cannot be kind of achieved through the direct linkage between our spending to the benefit of the private sector in Korea. If we, level up our, the standing and level our the stature in the international stage, then it can come back as a reward towards our private sector or towards our government, the Korean government. So there is a pressure, but very fortunately, Korean public is still supportive of giving ODA to other countries because they still think that we have to return what we received, and they also very much in generous in fundraising activities for played by the UN agencies in Korea. So I still have a very much the confidence and the trust in the public sense of Korea that still the ODA cannot be used as a tool to advance our economic interest of the private sector. So I must say there is it's growing. The pressure is growing, but it is not an obstacle that I cannot overcome.
Okay, thank you, Madame Mo. I'm really grateful to the conference organizers because we have a bit more time than I expected, so we can pick up some of those great questions you raised online, and I have them on my tablet. This is really very fantastic, and hopefully you will see them when I touch them. No, but I will read some out, and we start with Tamsin. The first one, can you point out, how do you balance your organization's mandate not to become a tool for opposition political parties and other actors who do not believe in development aid?
Well, that is a great question, and it's one that keeps me, every day worried in my job at the Independent Commission for Aid Impact. We have to be so careful in the current environment, which I mentioned is quite polarized. Reporting to a committee which is cross-party, I think, means that we have to be, for every piece of work we produce, we have to scan it to make sure that it's not in any way politically biased and that it stands up on the basis of evidence, if you like, as a somewhat technocratic set of products. And everything we say, we have to be careful about. Each time I tweet, I think, am I allowed to say this or not? Particularly, I would say the biggest problem is actually our media landscape. So I don't know if any of you have been to the UK, but it's infamous for some of its press and social media which have followed the press. And there are a number of press outlets which have followed campaigns, have set up campaigns to stop aid. And so every time we report, even if we're overall positive, they will pick out one negative thing and say all of that money has been wasted. So we have to write in awareness of that, but that's not going to stop us being critical.
Thank you. Let me pick one other. I'm skipping all these Brexit-related questions. Maybe that's something for the coffee break. But this one is also very nice. Is co-prosperity the new name for tight aid delivered with value for money?
That's a very wicked question. That is absolutely not what we as ICAI would term it. I think there are no convincing arguments that tied aid presents value for money. I think all the economic research shows that it's poor value for money, and relabeling it isn't going to change that. The very interesting thing in the UK is that even while they are promoting this mutual prosperity and win-wins, they are declaring in government that they are not going to have tied aid. Just as before, aid will be 100% untied. So what we are doing is watching them very carefully. As I said, we produced some critical reviews where we consider that the research, it looks to us not strictly in accordance with the rules about tied aid. And so, in effect, we're calling that out. So the answer is, to this question, absolutely no.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, there was a misunderstanding. My reading about question and answers until 3:50 is not correct, so I need to continue to rush a bit. So just one question for the other distinguished panelists. Yen Hai, aid from Korea to Vietnam is important. To what degree is it customized for Vietnam's own unique conditions? What would that be important for the success of Vietnam's overall development?
Okay.
Brief.
Very brief, because due to the time limitation. In the case I have more time, I can express more how the contribution from ODA Korea to Vietnam. The Vietnam have received the ODA from Korea is very various channel, that the grant, the loan, and even the technical cooperation from ministry, and also the INGO from Korea. And of course, we do that the success story in terms of the MDG, in terms of our implementations, socio-economic plan, and the ODA from the Koreas contribute remarkable to our success. We have the TA, we have that the grant from KOICA to enhance our capacity and that the institutional reform. And the loan is that for construction of the road, the bridge, is that the connection, the regional economic zone, and also that to increase our trade, our investments, and that the connection, that the economic cost from the regional to regional. So the now how we can do is that the ODA from Korea to Vietnam, that we do that the way that we work together, we select that the project which will benefit for Vietnam people, and also that to meet that the priority from the Korean. That's the important issue. That's important factor to ensure that the ODA would be very effectiveness and efficiencies for the Vietnam development.
Thank you, Yan Hai. Ines, one nice question to you. In your view, is co-prosperity a hidden agenda to promote trade and economic development of donors? In other words, would you place China's South-South model the same as Korea's model?
Can I be rebellious civil society and change the question? Because I actually tried to answer partly this question in my previous answer, and that was example of this blending finance. Because I think that blending finance, which in simple words is banking sector's loans combined with the projects, in civil society's views is a bit of hidden agenda, to be honest. But why I wanted to change, because I wanted to respond to the Koreans' civil society question. What should we do actually in civil society support in Korea? And I think there are two issues that need to be paid strong importance. First is financing. What we can see is that actually sometimes in partner countries, civil society is financed much better than in donor countries. And I don't know about KCOC financing details, but maybe they don't receive any core financing from the agency, and maybe they don't have any certain percentage of civil society grants that should be supported from the government. And also, I think it's very important to understand the very nature of civil society, because it's not about immediate results, some specific products or services produced. It's about long-term effects in social change. And this is sometimes very hard for evaluators and financiers actually to understand in this development financing process.
Thank you so much. Director General Oh, one nice question to you at the end. Korea's new Southern policy for ASEAN countries heavily focuses on infrastructure development in developing countries, similar to China's model. There is the risk of ignoring social inclusion indicators. What is Korea doing to tackle this risk?
First of all, I think I should correct some of the errors made in the question itself. Of course, the infrastructure cooperation is part of the cooperation projects that we are going to have with the ASEAN countries, but it's not all. Maybe it accounts for very small the fraction of the entire the volume of the cooperation. Especially the KOICA's projects, the programs and projects are heavily focused on the social services, providing social services, as well as creating social values. So I can clearly state that at least grant aid does not have anything to do with the so-called Chinese, like the infrastructure-oriented one. And when we execute those programs or projects on the ground, then we are very aware that we have to address the needs and the requirements of the people in most need. And most of the KOICA's projects are targeted at the beneficiaries, the women, and refugees, and children who are most marginalized and the least benefited in the society. So I can say that you don't have to worry about the about the character of the new Southern policy programs through the ODA.
Okay, thank you so much, Madame O. I must say I find this tool a very nice thing, especially if you have a big audience like here today. So don't expect a 30 minutes summary. I just say 3 things which I find most important. I found this discussion really helpful in terms of a definition. What do we mean when we are talking about co-prosperity? And I think this is really basic but so important. The second aspect, it's not easy, but we were talking a lot about trade-offs. And I think this kind of trade-off discussion is very important, just to avoid those risks which might be related to those concepts. And last but not least, I found it very important to discuss the role of specific actors. One actor, the Independent Commission in the UK. I think this is a very interesting example how to deal with trade-offs and other aspects, and also to bring in civil society organizations and their views, just to make sure that we have a balanced perspective. So let's give a big applause to a great panel.
I would like to thank all of our highly esteemed participants of session 2. On behalf of everyone, I would like to express our gratitude to Mr. Klingebill and honorable speakers. Please once again give them a well-deserved round of applause. Now we will take a 15-minute break before the next session. Refreshment stand is served outside the conference hall, so please enjoy, and please be seated in the conference hall after 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
꺼줘. 됐어? 됐어? slide will be here also.
Yes. You can also use the mouse, but this one will go forward, backward. Should be fine.
가까이 대고
Session 3 for the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference will resume shortly. I would like to ask all the guests to be seated at the conference hall. Now let us begin the session 3 of the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference. During the third session, discussions on effort to co-prosperity will be carried out. For this session, Professor Kim Hae-kyung, invited professor at Ewha Women's University, will take the role as a moderator. Please welcome Professor Kim and speakers on the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Nice weather out there, so you're sitting here all day long. You must be very tired. Well, I attended the first ODA conference as a panel, and it's been 13 years. Time really flies. I congratulate to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and COICA for continuing this excellent conference for the last 13 years. Well, in the previous sessions, the panels discussed how to utilize ODA efficiently to bring co-prosperity and to achieve the sustainable development goals. In this session, we are going to talk about cases. So you are going to look at 4 different programs and projects. So with time and resource constraints, it would be a big challenge to design and implement such projects and programs pursuing co-prosperity. In the upcoming presentations, we will see what development challenges the partner countries are facing, what mutual benefits the donors are targeting to serve, and what factors should be considered in order to make such interventions successful. So in order to save time, I'm not going to recap the presentation afterwards. So, and I'm going to introduce each presenters right before the presentation. Okay, so the first presenter will be His Excellency Einar H. Jansen. Okay, His Excellency has had a long and distinguished career as a civil servant in Denmark. He served for many departments at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He served as the ambassador to the Republic of Bangladesh from 2006 to 10. He was appointed ambassador to Tanzania, and he just came to Korea 2 weeks ago. He also in charge of DPIK, North Korea. Throughout his career, Mr. Ambassador Johnson has had has strong interest in development policy, agricultural development, and sustainability with an emphasis on inclusive partnership, good governance, and institutional enhancement. Please welcome Excellency Ambassador Johnson.
Good afternoon to all of you. And first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Development cooperation has been close to my heart for many years, so it's a special pleasure for me to be here today and share some of the experience from Denmark. I've been asked to talk about the Peace and Stabilization Fund, which I will do in a moment. I will just use the opportunity to say a couple of words about Danish development assistance. As you might know, that Denmark is a relatively small country, 5.5 million people, and it's about 40% of the size of South Korea, if you do not count Greenland, the big land up north that links us into the Arctic. In Denmark, we have consecutively, over the last 40 years, spent more than the target of 0.7% of our GDP. Currently, the amount is more than 2.5 billion US dollars a year. Now, how do we spend that money? We spend it with our multilateral partners, about 1/3. We spend it with our bilateral partners, about 2/3. And if we look at the range of countries, we have divided the countries we work with into 3 categories. We talk about the poor, fragile countries, being countries like Afghanistan, Burkina Faso, Niger, Palestine, Somalia, those who have experienced conflict or in a fragile situation. We talk about the second category being the poor, stable countries that we work in. It's like Bangladesh, Ethiopia, Kenya, Myanmar, Tanzania, Uganda. And in some of these countries we have been for many, many years. In Tanzania, where I came from now, more than 55 years of development cooperation. And actually very close cooperation with KOICA also in the health sector. We talk about the third category being the transition and growth economies, where we work with Ghana, Indonesia, Pakistan, South Africa, Ukraine, Georgia, Vietnam, Egypt, Brazil, Colombia, China, Mexico, Turkey, so quite a number of countries. My experience is very strongly related to the poor and stable countries, where we have had long-term engagement on health, education, agriculture, and so on. But what I'm going to talk to you about today is more about the Peace and Stabilization Fund and our experience with that fund. Of course, you will know by now it's a kind of a tool we use in the more fragile countries and see how we best can work there. So let me try and work this one. Yes. Let me try and ask or answer some of the questions here. What is this Peace and Stabilization Fund? Why do we have a Peace and Stabilization Fund and not something else? What are the current programs we have seen on our Peace and Stabilization Fund? And a little case from the Gulf of Guinea, where we've been working for some time. What is the aim there and the overview from Guinea, some of the risks and results. And finally, I will share some of the lessons learned with you also from that experience. The first question about what is the Peace and Stabilization Fund? It's actually an interministerial fund with the objective of supporting efforts of the nexus of security and development. That also means we have a few different players in Denmark. Usually when we talk about development assistance, we would talk about foreign affairs and DANIDA. But in this case, we of course also have Ministry of Defense, and we have Minister of Justice, and the PM's office. All of this, of course, links very closely into the Sustainable Development Goal number 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. Again, as I mentioned in the beginning, we do not shy away from working both with bilateral and multilateral partners, also within this fund of peace and stabilization. We work bilaterally with some of the countries we are engaged with, and we work, of course, with the multilateral institutions and organizations that might be at hand and might be relevant in that specific region or country. Why this Peace and Stability Fund? Originally, it was conceived out of experience from Afghanistan. You know, there's been a protracted and long time fragile situation in Afghanistan, and nobody doubt the issues around security, but many talk about we need to bring the security before we bring any development, and that of course is a very difficult course, because you know, without development you are stuck in a time loop and you lose many years if you do not follow up with the development. We support some of the actors there and have a close relationship with them, building capacity and strengthen that. The aim is promotion of long-term stability and peace. Of course, we need the stability and peace, but we also need the development. Increasing demand for the whole of government approach on security, stability, and development. Often, as I said before, people see the development aspects something you do once you have established your peace or stability. But can we afford to wait? Often we cannot afford to wait. Look at a country like Somalia. We have lost a generation of people there now that did not go to school, that only experienced warfare and had very little development. So it's something that needs to go hand in hand. The development and security issues are often complex and require strategic and long-term commitment across a broad spectrum of governmental departments. And that's why we found we need to be present with more ministries, not only foreign affairs and the development aspects, but also defense on the security side, and justice for the institutions and so on. This slide gives you an overview of the areas where we are applying this program. Currently we have a program ongoing in Afghanistan. We have on the Horn of Africa, basically being Somalia, Middle East and North Africa, Gulf of Guinea, which I will come back to, and Sahel region, which has gone from worse to worse in the years that we have seen in the past. And finally, Ukraine also. Just to give you a few figures to you have an idea what kind of money is being spent. It's not a lot of money we spend of our overall development assistance, but the numbers I should give you here, you can see that 2017, 18 and 19, the Danish numbers were 377 million Danish kroner, growing to 480 million. It's not even 100 million US a year that we put into these different programs. 80% of that money is overseas, regarded as the overseas ODA money, that you can count as ODA. Some of the money you can of course not account as ODA because that comes from the defense budget when you work on security aspects and so on. I know that at times, you know, some countries count part of that also, but we don't in Denmark. We try to make a distinction between it. If you look at the pie, you will see the light blue color on the very right. That is our Syria-Iraq program. It has been ongoing for a very long time now, and it gets the biggest share, 157 million. If you look at the slightly more dark blue, it says just over 100 million Danish kroner a year. That was in 2018. If you move up from there, you find the green area, which is the Horn of Africa, getting 60 million. And what I'm just going to talk a little bit more about is the tiny dark blue portion that goes to the Gulf of Guinea. Sometimes it's not always about the amount of money you put into it, but what you can achieve and what you can do together with your partners. Gulf of Guinea program, just a few words on it. It's a maritime and security program in one of the most pirate-infested seas in the world. I know you can argue that part, because for many years we have argued that outside Somalia there are lots of pirates. I know there are places in Asia where there are quite a lot of pirates. So it's probably an argument where it's where we find the worst places. But in this specific program, countries involved are Ghana and Nigeria and the West African region, including regional coordination centers. There are opportunities for development of regional institutions and capacities, as well as securing international trade. Now 40% of the seaborne trade in the region is operated by Danish shipping companies. Many of you will know we have the big shipping company called Maersk Shipping. They actually build their ships out here in Korea. So you can also argue when we put money into this to make it a more safe region, it's actually also for the benefit of Denmark on our trade relations. And in many years ago, we only did development assistance to please and help the countries. I think what has happened over the years, that you link that also. Many of the taxpayers would like to see some benefits coming out of the support that is provided to the various countries. So we're not shy about that. It actually also helps the seafarers there, and it's needed for them to be able to safely transport goods in and out of West Africa. Aims of the program is to enhance capacity and response of Gulf of Guinea, states to encounter piracy and maritime crime, enhance legal and strategic framework and capacity building of Ghana and Nigeria, contribute to increasing safety and security of seafarers and the ease of seaborne trade, thus tending to Danish trade interest as well as trade interest from many other countries. I'm sure there's a lot of goods coming from this part of the world also to West Africa. Now, looking at some of the results, strengthening national and regional maritime legislation has been one of them, and response to piracy and maritime crime, to deal with it, to capture pirates and follow up, to the benefit of both regional and international, as well as Danish trade, you could say. Maritime strategies in place and operational, and they are operational in both Ghana and Nigeria. Research-informed regional dialogue and capacity development strengthens maritime and security building. Maritime operational planning and response enhanced to encounter piracy and maritime crime in Gulf of Guinea. These are just some of the results of a relatively small program in the Danish context. I could have chosen one of the bigger ones, but time is short today, so let's just give one example, and then we can discuss afterwards also. Some of the risks involved in this are weak and incomplete condition of the national and regional maritime security architecture, slow and that slows down processes. Of course, that's at the beginning situation, but building capacity over time and strengthening it, we have seen vast improvements. Other risks are lack of coherency with national priorities, mainly undermine program objectives and implementation. Finally, possible duplication from and lack of coordination between other like-minded donors. I think it's also always important, and it's something that we sometimes forget, is that coordination, learning what else is others doing, not to duplicate, complement, and build on top of that. So it's still an important lesson, as it has been for many years. Finally, some of the lessons learned overall, I must say, from the program, not only the Guinea program, is that the importance of good coordination and dialogue with local implementation partners is a must, but it's also a must in other development activities. The need for follow-up and possibly donor participation continues to be there, like in other places. Strong need for flexibility and local ownership. You need the buy-in from the maritime institutions there, otherwise you cannot strengthen it and build on it for the future. Consensus on activities. Development of trust is a key aspect. Without the trust between the partners, it's not working. So you need to find the right people at the right time to be partners. Problems are often transnational, so it's not enough that you only deal with one country. You need to deal with more, and the authorities in these, and build capacity in various places. And there's a need for an appropriate linkage between countries to facilitate cooperation. These are my words from the Guinea part and a bit overall on the Peace and Stabilization Fund. Lastly, I just want to say that it is very important that we assist fragile states. But because, as I started out saying, if you do not stabilize a state like Somalia, if you do not start building the capacity for governance, if you do not put education and healthcare back in place, you will lose a full generation, and this is a generation that will take over the governance of a country for the future. So in the Danish perspective, there's no doubt we need to walk on several legs, being the fragile states, the poor stable states, and also the growth economy. And I fully agree with the words that were said before about the need to work on the business side, involve business and so on also. From the last session, we do that in Denmark, but that was not what I'm supposed to talk about today. I'll be happy to answer any questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 16 must be very difficult, and coordination. Many countries get involved, so it must be very difficult at the stage of design. So there is already one question for you. So take a time to look at it. And after all the presentation, I would like to ask whether this project is related with raising public awareness. How you utilize, how you use this program to raise or increase public support and public awareness. Okay. And the second presenter will be Ms. Baek Soo-ki. She is the first female vice president of COICA. And she joined KOICA in 1997. From the beginning of KOICA, she served as the country director of KOICA Myanmar office and Cambodia office. Just before becoming the vice president, she was supervising customer satisfaction task as the director general in Customer Satisfaction Management Center. Thank you. Well, give a big applause.
Professor Kim, thank you very much for your introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. This is my privilege to share the co-prosperity case in Cambodia. Due to I was country director in Cambodia from 2013 to 16. When we talk about first industrial revolution, we must talk about ICT. I'm sure all you ever heard of AI, machine learning, deep learning, chatbot, etc. The popularity is these terms show us just how close we are to the first industrial generation. Some say we are all already a part of this future. Since 2013, KOICA and Webcache have been cooperating to promote the prosperity of Cambodia and Korea's IT industries. And today, I would like to share the achievements we made so far. The contents was the background of this project, second, software expert training program in Cambodia, and lastly, is the co-prosperity for Cambodia and Korea. And Webcache, a Korean B2B fintech company, wanted to launch new initiative overseas and want to work with local homegrown experts in ASEAN nations. At that time, Cambodia was more open to foreigners compared to other countries. So Webcache went on with due diligence. But analysis showed that Cambodia's infrastructure wasn't ready to take a new project. Specifically, the quality of Cambodia's higher education was not good, and some students were attending up to 3 colleges or universities at the same time. It was common knowledge that in Cambodia, college education was inadequate, so the students needed up to 3 different diplomas to prove that they have expertise. This is how they did. They went one college in the morning, another one in the afternoon, and third one during the weekends. But we know from experience, even when a hardworking students invest 4 years of rigorous effort, is hardly enough to master a single major. And of course, learning 3 majors in 3 different universities is impossible in 4 years. Under these circumstances, 2,000 IT majors graduate every year in Cambodia, but the graduates are not ready for professional assignment. Their skill level is not sufficient for tackling actual tasks or dealing with real problems. Webcache, a Korean IT company, came up with a project that could benefit not only Cambodia but also Korea. A project that could promote IT industries in both nations. Rather than starting investment immediately in Cambodia, KOICA and Webcache thought, what would be the best investment to Cambodia? How can we make a win-win situation for both Cambodia and Korea? And how do we generate long-term positive results? And this was our answer. If we train software experts locally in Cambodia, and if we could reinforce Cambodia's ICT infrastructure, then the result of our project will continue to make greater results on its own. So in 2013, Korea Software HRD Center was founded through KOICA's Inclusive Business Solution Program. Korea Software HRD Center, founded in 2013, has made astonishing achievements in the past 6 years. First, 98% of the center's graduates are immediately employed and they earn high starting salary. Second, the center runs on a sophisticated self-sustainable system and is now capable of operating independently. Third, the center gave rise to many startups. One of them is Khmer Academy, Cambodia's very first e-learning platform. And it doesn't about us. Multinational IT companies are now making investment in Cambodia. We'll look into the details of the achievement in the next slide. This is the employment statistics of the past 6 years. The table to the left shows the number of graduates and the employment rate. The excellence of our trainees is proven by their outstanding employment rate, 98%, and their high starting salary. The graph to the right shows their career path. As you see, our students make best use of their education. Most of them work for private companies and financial institutions as IT developers. From the very beginning, Kuika and Webcation had planned the HLD Center to become a self-sustained institution operated and managed by Cambodians. Our first goal was nurturing competent Cambodian lecturers and winning the center of Korean instructors. We selected top achievers from each class and hired them as instructors with full privileges, including salary and research fund. Also, for students who showed extraordinary merit, we provided the opportunity to visit Korea and work at Korean IT companies. So far, 60 graduates had benefited of this program. In 2014, some of our trainees even worked in Unlab, Korea's largest security software company. From what we believe, self-sustainability includes the ability to conduct research and pursue development independently. This is why we took an extra step and sponsored master's and PhD degree programs. So far, a total of 20 center graduates have undergone or undergoing master's or PhD degree programs at Korean universities. With further academic training, the Cambodian instructors can become more competent and more professional. Back when we started in 2013, there were 11 instructors at the center, and all of them were Koreans. Now we are in 2019, and all education programs and projects at the HL Center are staffed entirely by Cambodian instructors. At the Korea Software HL Center, students work on projects as part of their education. This is what sets the center apart from others. The Khmer Academy was the center's first project and education platform inspired by Khan Academy. I think all of you know the Khan Academy. As the Cambodians, like Koreans and other nations, have a strong education zeal. And there's a severe competition to get into good colleges. And over the years, private tutoring has grown into a serious industry. So we analyzed the private tutoring demands and found out that mathematics, physics, and biology are the popular subjects. And then in collaboration with Cambodia's education ministry, we visited 10 leading Cambodian high schools and recruited best teachers and began creating e-learning content. Our equipment was shabby at best, and the recording quality was far from ideal. But we had taken a statistical approach, so we are not surprised when the number of students skyrocketed. As you can see in the graph, from April to July 2017, the number of students jumped from 40,000 to 90,000, or more than doubled in just 3 months. The Software HR Center is also a business incubator. We want our graduates to become financially independent, so we incubate projects that have market potential, like the Khmer Academy from the previous slide. For instance, Knongda is Cambodia's very first local search engine, and Dentalai, an online auction website, is also the very first of its kind in Cambodia. All 6 projects as the center's students project. We put students through the rigorous intensive software training, and we discussed business ideas. I think in the future they will be the small giants in Cambodia. And Quick and Webcache have discussed and prepared for future of center. Now we are moving on to its exit strategy. The Foundation for Korea Software Global Aid, or the KSGA, is part of this strategy. KSGA is a non-profit organization and founded in March this year by Webcache, and it will be overseeing the foreign project. Later on, the Software HR Center in Cambodia will be just one of the many projects in overseas. And so the 9 Korean IT companies recognize the potential of the Cambodia's IT human capital. So in 2013, 9 Korean software companies agreed to launch a joint venture in Cambodia to hire HRD graduates. Cosign is the name of this joint corporation, and they hired 100 center graduates. I'd like to mention a recent achievement of HRD Center. During the Khmer Rouge, as you know, even the National Bank of Cambodia was destroyed, and at that time there was no banknote. That's why central banking system is very weak. In this regard, Quick funded $8 million and established e-payment and settlement system for the National Bank of Cambodia. And after establishment of payment system in Central Bank of Cambodia, all Cambodian commercial banks should need to connect their systems to the central payment system. Now, Cosign is implementing the assignment that connect Cambodia's commercial banks to the national bank. And we are proud to tell you that all Cambodian IT developers at Cosign are graduates of the Software HRD Center. And lastly, I want to talk about the co-prosperity and what this project means in context of Cambodia and Korea's future prosperity. Through this project, Korea's IT industry was able to expand to ASEAN nations. In other words, this will create more opportunity for young Koreans to collaborate with young Cambodian IT professionals. But more importantly, the HRD Center project has established an ODA modality that could incubate and support businesses. For Cambodia, now has top-class IT professionals. Cambodia has acquired an infrastructure that could support high-value-added businesses. Cambodia's global ICT index improved, and this project helped to create a startup-friendly environment, and this opens an unlimited future. And now, Cambodia's neighboring country, Myanmar, has recognized this project and is showing a great interest in Quick's IT human capital building modality. And Korea HRD Center's PM visited Myanmar, and they have a meeting with the Ministry of Education of the Myanmar government. And I would like to thank the Cambodian people for their wholehearted effort and the Korean people for their sincere cooperation. Koika has always observed people-centered values, peace, and co-prosperity for Koika's partner countries. So if we wanted anything from this project, we wish to help Cambodia enjoy everlasting peace and prosperity. If this project can contribute to that dream, our hard work will be more than paid for. Your town is healthy when your neighbors are well doing well. And the same is true of countries. ODA means help your neighbors when your neighbor needs help. Last but not least, KOICA wants this project to flow on and grow into a miracle of the Mekong River. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your presentation. In the Bible, if you are doing something good, you will be rewarded in the heaven. So I think it is one of the best practices implemented by KOICA. I wonder whether this project was designed from the beginning with consideration for co-prosperity. I would like to answer to my question later. Okay. The next presenter will be His Excellency Philip Turner, the ambassador from New Zealand. His Excellency Ambassador Turner was appointed New Zealand ambassador to the Republic of Korea in 2018, so almost 1 year, and is also ambassador to the DPRK, North Korea. And he has extensive experience as a diplomat and a business leader in North Asia. With the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, he served on postings to the New Zealand embassies in Tokyo and Brussels. He then moved to Fonterra, where he worked for 18 years in China, Japan, Belgium, and New Zealand. He speaks English, French, Japanese, and Chinese, and is likely to learn Korean, right? Please welcome His Excellency.
Hinga mana, hinga reo, hinga matawaka, tēnā koto, tēnā koto, tēnā koto katoa. Anonghasimnika. That was a greeting in Te Reo, the language of the Māori people of New Zealand. So greetings to you all. So I want to focus my remarks today on New Zealand's engagement in the Pacific. In particular, I want to focus on New Zealand's recent initiative to lift the level of our ambition and investment in the Pacific, which we refer to as our Pacific Reset. I want to talk about how the principles of this reset define and shape how we engage with the Pacific region and the wider world. Along with Korea and others, New Zealand sees ourselves as part of the broad Asia-Pacific region. But within that, New Zealand is a Pacific country. We are connected by culture, by history, politics, language, like Te Reo, and shared interests. We are both in and of the Pacific. Now for us, the Pacific means principally the Pacific Islands and all of the ocean that surrounds them. So the area you see on the screen. Our people, our economy, and our environment are intimately connected to the prosperity, the well-being, and the security of this region. For example, 1 in 5 New Zealanders, that's approximately 1 million people, now have Māori or Pacifica heritage. And this demographic trend is growing. 45% of our current New Zealand cabinet, that's ministers, have Polynesian heritage. Reflecting this demographic reality, the New Zealand government is intensively engaged in the Pacific. More than 30 New Zealand government agencies have some form of interest or engagement with Pacific Island states, as do a number of non-government organizations. Now, we recognize that the environmental, economic, and human development challenges facing the region are many and complex. Climate change stands out as an obvious and immense challenge for the Pacific. Now, this is a photograph of Tuvalu, a small, highly vulnerable country, and a perfect illustration of that reality. But so too is the increasing strategic interest from many countries around the globe in the Pacific. and this presents both opportunity and risk. The Pacific is where New Zealand matters more, wields more influence, and can have more positive impact. So for these reasons, under what has become known as the Pacific Reset, New Zealand embarked about 18 months ago on a new approach to the Pacific, trying to make a new normal for us. We re-energized our engagement and lifted our strategic ambition and investment. We sharpened the focus on both what New Zealand does in the Pacific and how we do it. And at the heart of this initiative is a fundamental shift in the way we work with our Pacific partners. Now, we are consciously and deliberately moving away from the donor-recipient dynamics of the past and building deeper and more mature relationships with the Pacific. Partnerships that can support discussion on all issues, including those of interest to our partners as well as to us. Listening to and understanding what our Pacific partners' priorities are is crucial. Now, this re-energization of effort is underpinned by greater coordination of effort by all New Zealand stakeholders with an interest in the Pacific, with Pacific governments and peoples, and with key external partners, including the Republic of Korea. Now, we recognize that achieving solutions depends on our ability to work with other countries, and we work tirelessly to draw in partners with shared views. When our interests diverge, we seek to deal with any differences openly and respectfully. Ultimately, we judge the success of our relationships by what we can achieve together. Now, the Pacific Reset is based on 5 core values: understanding, friendship, mutual benefit, collective ambition, and sustainability. So, through the Pacific Reset, New Zealand seeks, first of all, to demonstrate a depth of understanding of the Pacific, which is shaped by our academic community, our broader community, civil society, and private sector expertise. We also seek to show friendship, including honesty, empathy, trust, and respect. This means staying in frequent touch at a political level and having frank and open conversations. We also seek solutions of mutual benefit when developing our domestic and foreign policy with impacts on the Pacific. We seek to achieve collective ambition with Pacific partners and external actors on a shared understanding of what we are trying to achieve together. And finally, we seek sustainability by focusing on the region's long-term goals and to play our part in promoting greater autonomy and resilience among our Pacific friends through improved economic and social achievements. So, if I can start with the what this all means. 18 months into the Pacific Reset, we have made real headway with deeper partnerships with Pacific Island countries, a changed operating style, and a significant shift in our investment in ODA. New Zealand is doing much more on issues that matter to the region, such as economic resilience, climate change, health and education, governance, gender, and human rights and youth. New Zealand currently directs 60% of our development spending to the Pacific. Over 5 years, from the budgets of 2018 and 2019, we have allocated an additional $533 million to the aid budget. Now, this is quite a lot for New Zealand. It represents an increase in our ODA assistance as a proportion of GNI from 0.23% in 2017, now to 0.28%. And this increase is a critical enabler of the Pacific Reset, allowing additional investment in the well-being, prosperity, and security of the region. New Zealand is investing in major new development initiatives that respond to the priorities of our Pacific partners and make a lasting difference to them. One high priority is practical action that will help Pacific countries adapt to climate change and build resilience. Funding for that has been boosted to $127 million over the next 4 years. We are addressing pressing human development issues with new initiatives on distance and flexible learning, on non-communicable diseases, and on improving access to essential pharmaceuticals. We have also launched initiatives to improve internet connectivity, economic governance, and sustainable management of Pacific Island countries' fisheries and marine resources. Now, one fantastic example of how we can achieve shared prosperity by working together is what we call the Recognized Seasonal Employer Scheme. Since 2007, over 80,000 visas have been issued to Pacific Island workers who've taken up seasonal employment in New Zealand's orchards and vineyards under the scheme. Pacific seasonal workers in New Zealand send over $26 million back home in remittances every year, which provides an important source of foreign exchange to many Pacific Island countries. Remittances in turn go towards housing, education, living expenses, investment, business opportunities, and the purchase of goods and services. So income earned in New Zealand has enabled many Pacific families to build more resilient homes, to send their kids to schools, and to invest in small businesses. Now, this story is not only about the benefits to the Pacific, but also about how the Pacific is contributing to New Zealand's economic and social goals. The presence of people from the Pacific in New Zealand has enormously contributed to our own economic, social, and cultural fabric and deepened our Pacific connections. The Recognized Seasonal Employer Scheme has been crucial in filling genuine labour shortages in our horticulture and viticulture industries. And it's a story that is continuing. We are currently exploring further opportunities to work with Pacific Island countries on labour mobility, particularly in markets for semi-skilled and skilled workers. There are 2 initiatives already being piloted in the trades and fisheries sectors, and these pilots aim to maximise the positive impact of remittances through training and capacity building initiatives. New Zealand believes that migration and labour mobility initiatives that are well designed, well managed and monitored and adequately supported can play a critical role in assisting developing countries as well as New Zealand. Now we turn to the how. First of all, listening to and understanding what our Pacific partners' priorities are is crucial. Now, New Zealand has lifted our diplomatic resources to enable this. New Zealand ministers are engaging directly in the region across a wide range of portfolios, not just foreign affairs, but including climate change, fisheries, civil defence, education, social development, and finance. This underscores the diversity of shared interests we have between the Pacific and New Zealand, and the close connection between foreign and domestic policy in our engagement in the Pacific. Now, since the Pacific Reset, government ministers have led 3 cross-party delegations to the Pacific, visiting 9 countries alongside numerous other bilateral visits. During one of these cross-party delegations to the Pacific, New Zealand and Tuvalu signed the New Zealand and Tuvalu Statement of Partnership, which you can see illustrated here. Recently, our Prime Minister Ardern and the Minister of Pacific Peoples visited Tuvalu to attend the 50th Pacific Islands Forum. And we welcome many Pacific Island leaders at home in New Zealand. Now, we have changed our approach to our regular high-level consultations with our Pacific partners. We've combined our policy and development discussions in order to ensure that we have more comprehensive dialogue around challenging issues. In the last year alone, we have held 11 such discussions with Pacific partners. Internally as well, we've introduced new ways of working to enable better strategic planning and more efficient delivery. This has included a new governance structure to oversee sound investment decisions, a new aid management system to improve the quality of our data, and lifting our staff capability in project development. In addition, we've demonstrated our commitment with an additional 14 diplomatic and development positions offshore in the Pacific. 10 positions at Pacific posts and 4 positions focused on the Pacific in other parts of the world. So what is the impact of all of this been? We believe that New Zealand's partnership approach is being noticed and appreciated by our Pacific counterparts. Our core message that New Zealand is a partner and not just a donor, we think has resonated in the region and enabled a number of productive conversations already about new shared policy priorities. For example, a headline in the Vanuatu Daily Post during the New Zealand visit to Vanuatu and the Solomon Islands earlier this year was, "The Pacific Reset, we are seeing it." So to come back to our topic of co-prosperity and to my introductory remarks, we believe the future of New Zealand is intimately connected to the future of our region, our neighbours in the Pacific. We are first and foremost a Pacific country. Working in partnership with Pacific Island countries in areas of mutual priority benefits us not only in development outcomes, but also in the strength of development ties and relationships. So in summary, we believe the Pacific Reset is doing its job. It is delivering for us and for the region. We've made a good start, but much remains to be done. Our next step is to embed this heightened tempo of effort and investment as the new normal for New Zealand's engagement in the Pacific. Then, together with our partners in the Pacific, we are determined to amplify Pacific voices around the world. The need for collective Pacific action on the international stage, for example on climate change, has never been more urgent. And for that, we need your help and support. So my final plea is to encourage all of our international partners who have an interest in the region, including the Republic of Korea, to increase their engagement in support of the Pacific in a way that aligns with the Pacific's priorities and values. Kia ora tātou, kamsahamnida.
Thank you very much. Concerning the survival of Tuvalu, I think we can count on New Zealand. Pacific Reset sounds ambitious, yet curious as the Pacific is vast. So I want to ask, what are challenges and difficulties you faced? And if you can share after the presentation, please. And the next presenter is Ma Victoria Mavic Cabrera Barleza. Okay, Mavic, can I call you Mavic? Mavic is the founder and CEO of the Global Network of Women Peace Builders. She has provided technical support in the implementation of the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women, peace, and security, including national action planning in many, many countries. She is a founding member of the Global Funding Board of the Women's Peace and Humanitarian Fund, a member of the Civil Society Advisory Group to the Office of the Special Representative of the UN Secretary General on Sexual Violence in Conflict, and other careers as well. The whole bio is in the booklet, so I'm not going to cover the whole ground. And please welcome Mabik. Okay.
I'm trying to stay on the side because the podium seems to be taller than me. Annyeonghaseyo. Good afternoon. Before I proceed to my presentation, which is about women's economic empowerment as an effort on co-prosperity, let me just briefly thank our organizers, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and COICA, especially Madam Mi Kyung Lee, for hosting this very important conversation and for allowing me to share the voices of women in conflict-affected communities. So my organization works in war-affected countries, especially local communities, wherein while we recognize that women are disproportionately affected by war, they are not passive victims. They are leaders, they are peace builders, they are decision makers, they are humanitarian workers and development workers. And to this end, we are trying to influence policy and decision making on ODA to highlight and strengthen women's roles in those areas. So the title of my presentation is Women's Economic Empowerment, a Direct Path to Peace and Prosperity. Women's economic empowerment, I need to press more. All right. Women's economic empowerment in conflict-affected environments is not just about women being able to put food on the table. It is about their protection from violence and discrimination. It is about their personal security. Women's lack of access to economic opportunities and resources means increased vulnerability to poverty and violence. It denies them access to health care, education, and employment opportunities. It prevents them from participating in conflict resolution and peace-building efforts. Ensuring women's economic empowerment and promoting prosperity in local communities is a conflict prevention strategy, since the dispute for the access to and control of economic resources is one of the key drivers of conflict. One of the most common disputes are land disputes. Okay. In conflict-affected countries, due to customary and statutory laws, only 11.5% of landholders are women, as compared to 13.4% in non-conflict countries. Overall, it's still very low. But it's much lower for countries that are affected by violent conflict, war, or violent extremism. Women are also less likely than men to be engaged in paid employment. Local women with whom my organization, the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, work as part of our localization of Resolution 1325 program in 16 countries say that jobs, employment, farms, livelihood, economic empowerment, these all mean the same to them. They mean protection. Speaking on behalf of their colleagues, the women say, "We love peace. We have worked for peace all our lives, but we cannot be effective peace builders if there is no food on the table. Hungry stomachs are angry people. and that leads to violent conflicts, they added. Okay. Poverty, one of the key conflict drivers, has a woman face. What does that mean? Poverty's face is that of a woman, and in one instance, one of the vice presidents of World Bank, Obiageli Ezekeweli, said, "The global economic crisis will drastically reduce African women's individual incomes, as well as the budgets they manage on behalf of their households, with particular damaging consequences for girls." She elaborated, "Poverty has a female face, and the global economic downturn will have a significant impact on women as more of them lose jobs and are forced to manage shrinking household incomes." In fragile and conflict-affected countries, only 4 out of 10 women are in paid work, compared with 7 in 10 men. So 40% women, 70% men. The employment gap is worsened by weak retention of women staff due to sexual harassment and lack of safety in the workplace and unpaid care work. For countries experiencing protracted conflict, the figures worsen significantly, including in Afghanistan, where there is a 60 percentage point gap between male and female employment rates, and over 50 percentage points in Syria and Yemen. New data also show that nearly 40% of economies limit women's property rights, and nearly 30% restricts women's freedom of movement. Discrimination against women in access to assets and productive resources, including land, property, and inheritance, credit, technology, and banking, and lack of decent work, violates women's human rights and leaves them vulnerable to extreme poverty and gender-based violence in all countries. These rights violations not only persist, but in many cases have aggravated with intensified and lingering crisis. Illicit economic activities that profit from and fuel armed conflict also exploit and victimize young women and girls, including through human trafficking. So on this slide is Evelyn Amoni, who is an abductee of the rebel group Lord's Resistance Army in Uganda. She was abducted when she was 12, and she became one of the 27 wives of the commander of Lord's Resistance Army. And she gave birth to 3 children. One got lost in one of the instances when they were moving from one camp to another. Women like Evelyn, without livelihoods and economic opportunities, are forced into low-reward, high-risk work like survival sex or prostitution, or become all the more vulnerable to recruitment by extremists and other armed groups. The global research on sustaining peace conducted by my organization reveals that the focus should be on long-term changes such as supporting inclusive and accountable institutions, fostering a culture of peace, and challenging militarized response to conflict, implementing sustainable development programs, and guaranteeing access to education and employment. Investing in women's economic security is important, not just for countries like Uganda and other countries affected by violence or war. It is also equally important for countries like Denmark, New Zealand, the United States, Canada, and Korea. It's important in all countries. Oops, sorry. Why? Investing in women's economic empowerment is an absolute necessity in both developed and developing countries because it is a legal obligation and it is a sound business strategy. Women's economic rights are guaranteed within the international human rights law and framework, particularly CEDAW, or the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, which is ratified by South Korea and 188 other countries. The other important international instrument is the International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, which call on governments, private sector, the UN, and all stakeholders to expand economic opportunities for women, to promote employment equality between women and men, to give women and men equal pay for equal work, eliminate other economic gender disparities, and strengthen women's rights to property and inheritance. Women's economic empowerment is key to achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. When more women work, economies grow. It boosts productivity, it increases economic diversification, and promotes equality in income distribution. Women's economic equality is good for business. Why? The more gender equal companies are, the happier the workforce is, which results in lower levels of attrition, increased job satisfaction, and growth in productivity. Moreover, increase in women's employment and leadership opportunities increases organizational effectiveness. It is estimated that companies with 3 or more women in senior management function score higher in all dimensions of organizational performance. Whether in business, on farms, as entrepreneurs or employees, or by doing unpaid care work at home, women's contributions is critical to a country's political stability and prosperity. Okay, sorry, I missed that slide, but that's what I was referring to when I was talking about why women's economic empowerment is good for business. Right. Empowered women and girls build shared prosperity. The 2014 World Bank study, Voice, an agency empowering women and girls for shared prosperity, underscored that better educated women tend to marry later and have fewer children. They have greater ability to make decisions and more power to act for their children's benefit. Amplifying the voices of women and increasing their agency can bring about broad development dividends for them, for their families, communities, and societies. On the other hand, girls with little or no education are far more likely to be married as children, suffer domestic and other forms of violence and discrimination, live in poverty, and lack a say over household spending or their own health care than better educated peers, which harms them, their children, their communities, and the bigger society. Restricting women's agency by denying them training and education opportunities, limiting what jobs they can perform, whether or not they will find livelihood sources, can create huge losses to productivity and income with broader and adverse repercussions for development. Therefore, amplifying women and girls' voices and agency must be the goal of governments, the United Nations, the private sector, multilateral organizations, civil society, educational institution, the media, and everyone who care about the need to build shared prosperity. Achieving shared prosperity requires that all people, women and men, girls and boys, from any race, ethnicity, class, caste, religion, sexual orientation, socioeconomic status, have the opportunity to realize their potential and participate fully in all aspects of life. At the individual level, full and equal participation also requires that all people have a voice, the capacity to speak up and be heard, from homes to houses of parliament, in the media, in public spaces, on matters and decisions that affect them. These are central to efforts to end poverty, prevent conflict, and boost shared prosperity. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for your presentation. My neighbor, Ambassador Jensen, and I totally agree with her presentation. The women's participation and empowerment of women is absolutely critical for all aspects of development. But in the reality, we face a lot of difficulties. So I would like to ask Mabik, and if you have any experience facing such difficulties and were to get over successfully, and I would appreciate if you share your experience. Okay. Well, there are quite a number of questions from the floor. So we have only 20 minutes for the discussion. So I respect your questions first. So I would like to take a couple of questions first. Quick question for Ambassador. This one. Denmark is a leading example of providing flexible, lightly earmarked funding to developing countries. What would be your advice to COICA, which is strictly earmarked and transaction heavy? Probably this question is from COICA officer. Not sure. Okay.
Thank you very much. I think it's a question that comes up very often, and for good reason, because I think many of us countries providing development assistance would like to see our flags out there or be credited for the initiatives and for the work done. And there's been a circle, as I see it, over many years. You know, we used to be sort of very concerned about visibility. Then we had some years where we actually accepted less visibility on behalf of our nationality. And now we are back to all wanting to see our flag waving on the projects. The unfortunate thing is that, you know, if we all want to see accreditation or want to direct whatever agency should do, then we run into trouble. So there needs to be some flexibility. Let me take an example of UNHCR, where your foreign minister of Korea used to work as a deputy secretary general. UNHCR is tasked with the refugees. Today we have nearly 70 million people displaced, having to leave their homes, either living with family or friends, or setting up a new livelihood somewhere, or living in refugee camps. UNHCR looks after the people in refugee camps. What do they need? They need food, they need water and sanitation, they need shelter. And we also need management of a camp, because some of the camps have 500,000 people or 1 million people or 300,000 or whatever. Now, if we all decide, yes, we will supply the food because that's visible, it's good to feed the people, then the camp can run. They will not starve, but they will have no water, they will have no shelter. So that's why we somehow need to leave it out there that, yes, we can put up our flag on some of the items, but we also need to give UNHCR some flexible money so that they can decide. Now we are losing out. We don't have enough people for the management of the camp. We will hire someone. We will use the flexible funds. So my plea is, or the way we try to do it in Denmark is, yes, we do quite a lot of flexible funds with multilateral organizations. We're also starting to do some earmark funds. But if we all do too many earmark funds, we run into trouble. So my advice would be, keep something flexible, and then allow for your flags to wave where you would like to see your flags waving.
Okay, thank you. The next question goes for Ms. Beck, and this one. The question is, does COICA consider including more women in the stage of planning the general training programs? Yes or no?
Regarding this, the gender equality Cambodia is higher than the Korea. So, for example, in the parliamentary members, the percentages, Cambodia is 23% in compared to Korea is 17%. So when we select the trainees, we consider the gender equality. Right now is around 20% of our trainees are women, and we also consider the ID poor holders, and then the challenged people, and then we also consider the monk. So we give them the more benefit to them because ID poor card holders, they should earn the living expenses during the daytime, but this center provide training during the daytime, so they need another budget for their living. So we consider the women first, but right now there's enough women to recruit in ICT sector. So furthermore, we're going to make our efforts to recruit more women for the gender equality, especially in Cambodia, in this HLD center. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There is another quick question. When you are implementing or maintaining the program, did you have any collaboration with Cambodian government? That must be the question. If you collaborate with Cambodian government, probably you can enhance the curriculum and probably enhance the sustainability. So that's the question.
Yes, so earlier state there is I met who is in charge of this accreditation committee, but right now so they have just accreditation committee. There's no enough resources, especially the personnel, so they could not conduct the accreditation system. Even the UNDP and other donor agencies, the request, we need the government accreditation system to produce some more qualified human resources. But right now, this is not working well. But as we can consider, we further provide this for the accreditation system to build the accreditation system of the Cambodia government. Yes, anyways, we collaborate together with the Ministry of Education and also other ministries to conduct their small project when we implement the project in the HLD center. Thank you.
There are several questions for Ambassador Turner, and one of the question is about whether would New Zealand cooperate with Australia to support the islands of the Pacific? And the criteria for SDGs seems to be unique. Was it modified by the government? Could you answer to this question?
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Do we cooperate with Australia? Absolutely. I should point out that for New Zealand, the Pacific is our largest priority by a long way, but we are by no means the largest donor partner in that part of the world. There are many partners. Australia is one, and there are several others who contribute quite large amounts of money to this part of the world. Now, what we would like to do is cooperate with all of them. In fact, the Pacific needs all of us to be cooperating with each other, as well as the Pacific countries. So one of the things I would say about our Pacific reset, to restate what I said earlier, is that it's largely a change of mindset at this stage. We don't have silver bullets, clear answers to very difficult issues. What we do want to do, though, is increase the size of our commitment to working with partners and other collaborators, like Australia, in working through potential solutions to problems. So one of the risks we see in the Pacific is that, in fact, many people are getting interested, which is a good thing. But sometimes that interest can lead to bad outcomes. So, for example, projects which are poorly conceived, trophy projects that are aimed for political motives, or projects that are not sustainable or don't take into account diversity or gender or the needs of the local people. Now, these are common problems, I think, in development around the world, and New Zealand and the Pacific are not unique. But I think what we're trying to do in New Zealand is say the first step is to listen more carefully, leave your preconceptions at the door, work with your partner countries, both in the region and other donors, and collectively try and work out what is the best way forward for some of these very knotty problems. On the SDGs, I'm not sure I understand the question, but I think I would say that the SDGs is an enormously challenging agenda. I think our approach is to focus on particular SDGs for particular places at particular moments. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, thank you. There are several questions for Mavic. Okay, there are a couple more related to this question. Could you explain more about the fact that gender-sensitive trade and investment policies can lead to women's economic empowerment? What does gender-sensitive trade and investment exactly mean? And other person asked if you know any case, and please share with the audience. That was the other question.
The first question to ask in answering this question is, where are the women? When we look at trade or economics in general, women are in small and medium enterprises, majority of the women, and that is not captured in trade data. But part of the trade, the goods and services that are being produced and traded, a big bulk of the workforce are women. But what type of work are they doing? Are they in sweatshops? Are their labor rights violated? So for countries involved in trading, I would advise that the first question to ask is, where are the women behind all of the goods and services that are being traded? And if women are not treated fairly, if their labor rights, if their labor rights are not respected, if they're not given enough maternity benefits, if there's no support for child care, then that's not gender-sensitive trade. My organization is focusing on issues of peace and security and intersection with humanitarian emergencies and development. Right now, our involvement in economic empowerment is still largely on the same thing, small and medium enterprises, livelihood projects. We are aware that women should not be limited to micro enterprises, although I also would not say that they don't have a value. Livelihood projects, socioeconomic projects have proven to have contributed in augmenting household incomes and have also contributed in encouraging women to participate in decision making, beginning from their homes to the community to the broader society. But at the same time, we also need to look at the role of women in macro enterprises. Women should not be relegated to micro. We are capable, more than capable, to engage in macroeconomic enterprises and decision making.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, I asked several questions for each of you, but if you have any experience of raising public awareness or public support to ODA from the public, and could you share your know-how or experiences? I'm asking the ambassadors. Okay.
Yes, I think especially in Denmark, we have been aware that when you spend so much, like 0.7%, it's only 4 or 5 countries in the world that spend 0.7% of the gross domestic product on ODA. You need to be out there and provide information for the public. Otherwise, they will not support what you're doing. They must be able to understand what you're doing and see results. That's why there's been a lot of focus on results. Now, you asked me before also, did we do the Guinea example, the one I showed from Nigeria and Ghana, to gain support in Denmark because it helped the Danish marine transport? No, we did not really. But of course it helps when people can see that there's a spin-off to Danish commercial activities. I think where we are lucky in Denmark because between 60 and 70% in surveys over the past 20 years are supporting Danish development assistance. So a clear support that yes, we should be out there and we should continue our support. That's a good sign. But if we cannot stop providing the information, because then one day it might only be 10 or 20% saying yes, we should provide the development assistance. So we are lucky for now. But I think what all the Danes can see, I think the examples that my New Zealand colleague brought on climate change, it's a big issue for these small islands out there. They might disappear if we do not solve the climate crisis. These are things we understand in Denmark. The new government in Denmark has now put up a goal of 70% reduction in greenhouse gases by 2030. It's the highest goal any country has put now so far, I think, in 10 years' time or 11 years. We might not achieve it, but we will certainly try to do it in Denmark, and we will certainly try to help our partners do the same. So if we find sort of goals where people see make sense and they support it and believe in it, then we're on the right path, definitely, as I see it. Another way, as long as we can support people in African countries to sustain a livelihood in their own country and not moving through migration to Europe, Danes will understand that. Every European understands that because the pressure is so high on migration into Europe. So these are definitely, whenever we have visible areas of intangible results, it's supported. Finally, I can only say, in Africa, where I spent the last 4 years, to my colleague there, when we give money to women, or women are involved in development activities, it's far better spent than involving men, because women spend the money more wisely in the family. They don't go out and look for a new television or a new car or too many beers. No, they look for food in the family, development for the family, schooling, school uniforms and all this. So, we need to direct the money to the right family member. Thank you.
I agree with what the ambassador said. I would also add that in democracies like our countries, it's very important that we bring people with us in development work. We would all like to contribute to good causes around the world, but we all work for governments whose budgets are limited, and who typically face elections regularly. So our challenge is to find ways of doing both those things, of contributing to development, but in ways that are supported by our people. Now, I think what we've managed to do in the Pacific Reset, I think, is carry the New Zealand population with us in a substantial increase in our activities in our region. Now, our activities are way short of what Denmark is doing. So I don't know how you manage it in your country, Ambassador, congratulations. But for New Zealand to get to 0.28% of GNI is already a substantial commitment. Now, taxpayers, voters, need to know what they're getting out of that. It's natural. So one of the tasks we have is to find ways to connect with their domestic goals. So hence our emphasis on connecting foreign policy and domestic policy. So for New Zealand, it's climate change, definitely. New Zealanders really get that. But it's also things like migration, immigration, employment, education. We have a large population, as I said, of Pacifica and Māori people in New Zealand. They're a huge part of our community. We need our local community to understand and support the efforts we're making outside New Zealand as well as inside. And things like migration, education, employment, these are critical. If we can give Pacific Islanders jobs in New Zealand so they can send money home, we can educate them, and not just on a short-term basis, then send them home, but in a way that benefits their country and our country, then we succeed and our people will support us.
Great. Last quick comment from Mabik and our quick comment from Ms. Beck.
I just want to reinforce the point made by Ambassador Jensen with one specific example in the context of conflict. So when a peace agreement is signed, one of the next steps is demobilization, or demobilization and disarmament, wherein the UN, in partnership with the government, calls for the return or surrender of guns. And to give incentive to rebels, they offer a cash reward, anywhere from $300 maybe to $400, depending on the type of gun. So I won't mention the country to not talk negatively because they've attempted to rectify. So they called for the surrender of guns, and each one who surrendered guns received between $300 to $400. And almost all of those who surrendered the guns are male rebels, male combatants, when we know for a fact that there were female combatants. So what happened when they surrendered the guns and they got $400? What do you think happened? There were parties everywhere. There were huge drinking sprees. But if that kind of money went to the women, if the women surrendered the guns, what could they have done? They could have bought food for their families, medicine, books, school supplies, and invested in small businesses, which would have benefited their families and their communities. So the big difference when we invest on women. That's why we encourage, ODA and trade to really put gender sensitivity, gender equality at the core of implementation or allocation of ODAs.
Thank you. To reduce and eradicate poverty, the answer is educate female. So I missed the answer when I read your question. When we planning to general training program in Koika, so we invited 5,000 a year, and our target is 40% of the trainees are female, and next year we're going to, our target is 50%. So the best solution is educate female for the co-prosperity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There are more questions from the floor, but we couldn't cover. So please come after the session. Please come forward and ask to the speakers. And I greatly appreciate to excellent speakers and excellent audiences. We all give big applause to everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the session 3. On behalf of everyone here, I would like to express our gratitude to Professor Kim and honorable speakers. Once again, please give them a well-deserved round of applause. Also, I would like to say thank you to attendees who have stayed with us until the very end. I wish that this conference has been enlightening to all of our attendees and participants. Next, I have to tell you that we have to proceed to the closing remarks. For closing remarks, I would like to kindly invite Mr. Park Chae-shin, Vice President of COICA for Program Strategy in Asia Programs, over to the podium. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you, everyone. You must be tired. We have behind the time plan of 15 minutes. Life wisdom is that the dinner toast and closing remarks seem to be as good as they are short. So I will reduce my closing remark in half in order to prevent you from shaking your watch, being suspicious of it dead. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and ladies and gentlemen, it is time to close today's 13th Seoul ODA International Conference. Thank you for your participation and contribution, staying long to the end. I hope today's conference was informative and helped enhancing your insight on the goal toward co-prosperity in ODA. In preparing today's conference, COICA asked several questions to ourselves, hoping to understand important aspects inherent to the issue of co-prosperity. To name a few, one that we wanted to understand was how the value of co-prosperity is conceptualized in the international development cooperation community and what issues remain to be discussed or answered. Secondly, we felt meaningful to know of the policies that donor countries like Korea and UK have and implemented in order to promote co-prosperity through their ODA efforts, and how recipient countries respond to such policies for the sake of their own development and prosperity. In the third session, real-world cases were the theme. We asked His Excellencies, the Denmark Ambassador and the New Zealand Ambassador, the CEO of GNWP, and the Vice President of COICA to introduce what they have been doing for co-prosperity with their partner countries. Today, there's no doubt that we invited the most renowned speakers who could share their sophisticated knowledge, experiences, and insight. Now, arriving at the end of today's conference, I feel being equipped with a better level of understanding regarding the pursuit of co-prosperity through ODA. I wish and firmly believe so that all of you who attended today should have the same benefits. It seems to me that there are two main streams in the efforts of development cooperation. One stream tells that the pursuit of community-oriented social value is the way that makes a real progress, while the other tells that the creation of market-centered economic ecosystem really secure a longer-term sustainability. The two camps refute each other and sometimes even diminish the other. However, are these two different ways that lead to different destinations? Rather, can't we see these as the other side of a coin? Two wings of the same bird, or a three-legged companion? It may act as complementary or even reinforcing each other if the linkage is well understood and they are pursued in balance. I think that will be the most effective methodology of achieving SDG through development cooperation. The theme of the 12th conference last year was the HDP Nexus, Humanitarian Development and Peace Nexus. This year, we extended the scope of the discussions from the development of the recipient countries to the co-prosperity, mutual prosperity, shared prosperity of the donor and recipient countries. Next year, we will also prepare the 14th Seoul ODA International Conference that will make another step forward. The theme may be the 3P, people, peace, and prosperity nexus that will combine the last year's and this year's discussions. Or it may be about the fourth P, planet, that we COICA value and pursue. That is about the environmental protection, including the climate change. Whatever topic is chosen to be addressed next year, we promise, as we have done until now, to invite the most renowned experts in their field to raise questions reflecting the concerns of the field activists and to make the conference a quality place for the exchange of knowledge, experiences, and insight. Once again, I would like to thank all of you, speakers, discussants, and participants, because of whom today's conference became so successful. Also, I thank COICA staff who organized this excellent event. We look forward to meeting you again next year. Let me call it the end of the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you for the closing remarks. And now announce that the 13th Seoul ODA International Conference is officially concluded. On behalf of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Korea International Cooperation Agency, I would like to thank every one of you here who helped this conference be even more meaningful. Thank you very much for your participation, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.